But did you know that Africa is a place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher.
Like that triangle out Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Deal? Well, you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them Sooners.
Still up 300 nigga, still 600 nigga. Recipes look stick, nigga. Recipes look more nigga. Recipes all together. Recipes low nigga. Recipes big blow nigga. Gang gang nigga, front street shit, 061 shit nigga. Bang bang nigga, gang in this bitch nigga. I got all my motherfucking jury on. You can try to flash like your bitch ass want it. You don't want these bullets flying like some karma. You a motherfucking fall, Lil' Kermit. I'm a glow man, I don't need a garment. And I'm hotter than a fucking furnace. Take a Tuka blunt, then I burned it. And I spend this money, cause I earned it. That bitch call me on the phone, she ain't want shit. Told that bitch don't call my phone with all that nonsense. Don't call my phone with all that nonsense. I'm getting to the guap, bitch, I be guapin'. Into that guap, baby. Smoking on this blunt, this shit stunk. This shit stink, baby. I mean skunk it. Gang, baby. I'm rolling with the funk it. Gang, baby. Cops pull me over, they don't want shit. Name, baby. They just wanna say they lock me up. Sosa, cause they know I got a lot of bucks. She Sosa, but I'm bonding right out. I ain't broke. Niggas ain't getting no money, it ain't a joke. It ain't a joke, bitch. You better get some money for your mama or your hoe, bitch. Boy, your ass better not be broke, bitch. I spent 4 bands on a coat, on a Montclair. I spent the fucking band on some loafs, on some God shit. I spent 100 on my Air Force Ones, on my ones, yeah. To stump a nigga in these Air Force Ones, Air Force Ones, yeah. I don't need a jet, I want Air Force One, Air Force One. Yeah. I'm a fucking president in the sun, like Obama. Yeah. Sold a bitch for 5,000 and left her one. I left her one, yeah. And do that fucking shit in the strip club, yeah. Niggas flexing, this ain't what they want. I up this pump and fill a nigga up. Fill a bitch ass up. Riding down my block, no, this ain't what they want. What they want? We up these pistols, hit a nigga up. I got all my motherfucking jury on. You can try to flash like your bitch ass want it. You don't want these bullets flying like some karma. You a motherfucking fall, Lil' Kermit. I'm a glow man, I don't need a garment. And I'm hotter than a fucking furnace. Take a Tuka blunt, then I burned it. And I spend this money, cause I earned it. Now you feel it. Hey. Smoking dope like a chimney. Tag on my hip, that mean it is feeling me. It's feeling Keith. These niggas ain't no kin to me, no friend of me. Hell no. These niggas fucking enemies. Bite. Hey, the beat go off? Hey. I up it, then my heat go off. Bang. I heard he do that sneaky talk. Hey. I heard he was a sneaky dog. I up this fucking phone, then I speak it, dog. Me, I take naps and you a sleepy dog. Catch your ass in the back, shoot up your fifi, dog. 223 and set your neck. Breathing, dog. Nigga don't even sneeze, I get the squeezing, dog. My little bitch a vet, she said she need a dog. She know I get them checks and I don't speak at all. Some bitches bully me and Justin Bieber, y'all. I'm in the kitchen cooking Justin Bieber, y'all. I ain't got no them shades, I'm still not seeing y'all. Little bitch, I'm glow, I don't wanna be with y'all. White Air Force Ones, cause that's how I'm feeling, y'all. I'm from Chirac, what they be killing, y'all. All these fuck niggas and they feelings, haul. I'm left into the bank like haul, haul. And I got my glove, all this big click like pow, 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 pow. I got all my motherfucking jury on. You can try to flash like your bitch ass want it. You don't want these bullets flying like some karma. You a motherfucking fall, little Kermit. I'm a glow man, I don't need a garment. And I'm hotter than a fucking furnace. Take a Tuga blunt, then I burned it. And I spend this money, cause I earned it. Hey, gang, nigga. Gang, nigga. Hey, gang, get this bitch. Gang, get this bitch. Gang, get this bitch. Gang, get this bitch. Gang.
What it do? It's your host, Vino the Most, back for another classic, another chapter in the book of the SGI Talks. Game day number 11. Seminoles didn't become slave owners on paper until they got to the Indian Territory 1847. Part 5 of one of the great black Seminoles, John Horse. We're going to continue where we left off at yesterday. Make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. I'm so glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. You can go back to part 1, part 2, part 3 for the recap. Some good build. Where we left off, liberty or death, in captivity, during the Second Seminole Wars. And the date that we're on is October 27th, 1837.
The army marched its prized captives into Old St. Augustine. The citizens turned out in droves. Everyone wanted to see Osceola, the savage chief who had so lately terrorized the nation. Surgeon Jarvis rode alongside the great warrior, recording the moment for posterity. John Horse walked at the back of the procession. No one recorded the crowd's impression of the black warrior.
Once again, indigenous maroon, black Indian being left out of history. Why they highlight who they want to highlight. Selective, a prime example of being selective and being racist and prejudiced.
The captives were led into El Castillo de San Marcos, the impregnable fort that had protected the city since the days of the Spanish. The fort's thick coquina walls were designed to absorb the cannon fire of British ships. High bastions flanked each corner of the structure, giving guards a clear view of the open surroundings. For added security, a moat surrounded the perimeter. The U.S. had just completed extensive repairs, renaming the building Fort Marion. With its high walls, isolated gun turrets, and exposed location, the structure was considered inescapable. What did John Horse feel as he marched into the fort? Just 5 months earlier, he probably could have secured liberty for himself and his family, as Abraham had done. Instead, he had boldly decided to renew hostilities, helping lead the flight of 700 allies from Fort Brooke. John Horse had opted to fight for a larger freedom. Now he could only watch, as his hopes were sealed behind 6 feet of stone.
Long live John Horse, long live Abraham.
Captivity was at least a reunion of sorts. Almost all of the leading militants were inside the Fort Cocuche, King Philip, Cloud. Osceola's family was admitted, 2 children, 2 wives, a sister, 3 Indian warriors, and 42 black followers. Under the general's order, the captives and family members were all treated well. Jessup may have been ruthless in war, but he was humane in peace. He could afford to be. He was exultant. He had avenged the mass escape from Tampa Bay. The close of the war was again in sight.
So once again, oh, that's crazy how that keeps happening like that. Excuse me. So we're talking about Osceola, and I had kind of brought that up, that whenever he got captured, well, before he got captured, it was, they were saying, oh yeah, Osceola and the Indians came through and did this. Osceola and the band of Indians, Osceola and the Indians. But it turned out it was the black Indians. See, when you get caught up with him and his peoples, with 2 children, 2 wives, a sister, 3 warriors, 3 Indian warriors, and then they just try to just say some followers. But then, just like I said, when you got the snake talking with the forked tongue, they gonna say one thing going one way, next thing they gonna say something going the next way. And they gonna say, oh yeah, the blacks was telling the Indians what to do, but the blacks is following them. So it definitely be iffy. That's a fact. Gotta keep reading between the lines.
Captivity began a curious time for the Indians. As prisoners, they enjoyed a vogue that seemed inversely proportional to the horror they had instilled as enemies. Local dignitaries invited Cocuche to a ball. Osceola received distinguished guests. White doctors tried to attend to his illness, though he preferred medicine men, and about this time, the Army commissioned George Catlin to paint the Seminoles. Catlin's vivid works memorialized the humanity and defiance of the defeated chiefs. Asterisk. Notably, Catlin was not commissioned to paint the blacks. While Indians were lionized as noble defenders of the land, blacks received the silent treatment, comparatively speaking. No one invited John Horse to a ball. Steeped in romanticism, Americans took pride in their continent's rebellious Indians, who vividly reminded them of the country's frontier heritage and westward ambitions. Rebel blacks, on the other hand, reminded Americans of uncomfortable truths about slavery, an institution threatening to destroy the fabric of the young republic. In November of 1837, as Seminoles languished inside Fort Marion, outside, the Allied resistance was dying. Indian warriors and their families were heading toward the relocation camps. And after months of starvation and harassment in uncomfortable swamps, plantation slaves were turning themselves in. The Great Slave Uprising seemed to be drawing to a close. For recent runaways, it had probably peaked during the first months of 1836, when the Seminole allies were destroying sugar mills and breaking up the East Florida plantations. 18 months in the field had been a trial that few could endure. Faced with limited options, many blacks preferred even slavery to the ongoing war. Without prospects of freedom, scores of recent runaways opted to surrender and beg for mercy. Asterisk.
Once again, we got the snake talking. Saying that the blacks prepare. Hold on. So we got blacks that said that they prefer slavery. Then you got blacks fight. Blacks that want slavery and blacks that saying they fighting for their freedom. They got a whole nother fight. So it may be two different folks. It may be tellers. This may be a sign of tellers in the building. It may not.
Plantation slaves were defecting, but John Horse's closest followers had not surrendered. These Seminole Negroes formed the core of the black resistance, and they remained at large, living on roots and berries, some maintaining whole families in the swamps where they held fast to a perilous freedom. What would happen to them now that John Horse and the leading militants were in prison? And what would happen to John Horse? With no guerrilla force behind him, how could he secure his own future, let alone the welfare of his followers? What could he do? Against all odds, he dreamed of the impossible. Then he achieved it. On the night of November 29th, John Horse and the Seminole captives escaped from the strongest fort in Florida. John Horse shared a cell with Cocucci, Osceola, King Philip, and 16 other prisoners. Considered escape-proof, the cell was not guarded at night. It had only one opening, a slit 15 feet up the wall, blocked by 2 iron bars. Waiting for a moonless night, the prisoners cut through the bars with a smuggled file. They had feigned illness for days, starving themselves so they could fit through the opening. Even so, several scraped the skin off their backs as they slid through the stone. One by one, the prisoners emerged and dropped down the rough outer wall of the fort to the moat and to freedom. Osceola and King Philip had been too ill to join the escape, but apart from them, the leading militants were once again free. Warriors on the verge of surrender returned to the field and joined the rebels in their flight. The resistance was reborn. The rebels fled south, eventually making their way deep into the Everglades to a remote settlement associated with Arpika, the famous Miccosukee war chief known to the whites as Sam Jones.
Long live Arpiyuki.
In his anger, Jessup resorted once again to treachery. Before the escape, he had dispatched the Cherokee leader John Ross on a peace mission to the Seminoles. Ross brought in Micanopy and 81 followers for talks. While negotiating with them under a flag of truce, Jessup began to fear another mass escape. To forestall such an outcome, he simply seized the Allies as prisoners of war. Ross was outraged, Micanopy stunned. The chief's followers were deported almost immediately. Micanopy wept as his boat pulled from the shore. Head Chief Micanopy was safely deported, but the principal militants remained at large, and hostilities showed no sign of ending. In a final push to bring the war to a close, Jessup decided to mass the largest force so far. He placed 1,000 men under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Zachary Taylor. The future president had just arrived in Florida. As fate would have it, he was about to command the largest battle of the war. Within weeks, 380 Seminole warriors were secure in the Everglades near Arpika's village, waiting for Taylor and his men. These were the diehards, the fire-eating Miccosukes, who had refused to enter all negotiations, Kokuchi and the traditionalists, who vowed to fight to the death, and John Horse, whose black Seminole vanguard were committed to serve at the front of any action. As they had throughout the war, the two groups fought as allies, the Indians for land, the blacks for freedom.
The blacks for the freedom too. See, that's one thing, how they try to take us from the land and try to say, oh yeah, the blacks ain't fighting for no interest. But as I showed before, it was more than 20 towns and villages, and more than that, going back hundreds of years before that, when all the slave race been going on. But throughout the slave race, it was still more than 20 plus. And that's nothing but prejudice and racist when it comes down to the black people. It don't matter to any black people through the world. If they didn't know you, you was living like off the land, you was a pagan heathen off the top. Yeah, they may was calling other people's savages and shit like that, but it was a whole different level of hate when it came to black people. They was the devil. It's a fact. And they nothing but the abolitionists talking and the slave activists. acting like they talking for us.
On December 20th, Colonel Taylor and his men left Fort Gardner and plunged into the swamps in pursuit of the enemy. Among the ranks were men whom John Horse had known since childhood, soldiers of the 4th U.S. Infantry, the same unit that was stationed at Tampa Bay in 1826 when Gopher John played his tortoise scheme on Lieutenant George Brooke. 180 Missouri Volunteers and 70 Delaware Indian mercenaries rounded out the U.S. force of 1,000. As the Americans advanced, the Seminoles retreated. They were searching for the best possible battleground. They found it on December 23, on the fringes of Lake Okeechobee. The warriors prepared the site carefully. They concealed themselves behind a swamp. They notched gun rests in the trees. They cleared sawgrass to expose the enemy to their fire. The Americans reached the clearing at noon on a pleasant Christmas day. They spotted the Seminoles in a hammock almost a mile away. Hundreds of Indian cattle and ponies wandered over an adjacent prairie. Surprised by the eerie calm, Colonel Gentry of the Missouri Volunteers suggested a diversionary tactic. Rejecting Gentry's advice and questioning his courage, Taylor ordered a frontal assault. Taylor's first rush through the swamp was nearly suicidal. The American force outnumbered the Seminoles 3-1. But the Seminoles held their ground. Their fire bored into the front ranks of the Americans, dropping dozens of soldiers at the first volley. Colonel Gentry fell dead almost immediately. His Missouri Volunteers quickly broke ranks. The fight lasted until 3 p.m., when the Seminoles finally retreated and fled to safety. Taylor could not give chase, because his own forces had been devastated. The U.S. suffered 26 dead and an agonizing 112 wounded, to 11 dead and 14 wounded for the Seminoles. The Seminoles had suffered their own grave loss, yet for them, if the battle was numerically a draw, it was effectively a victory. They had held off the largest force of the war, inflicting heavy losses in return. General Jessup had thrown 1,000 men at them and they had endured. What more could the Americans do? The Seminole allies survived, but sad news soon reached them. After the escape from Fort Marion, the Army had moved Osceola to Fort Moultrie, South Carolina. There, his health rapidly deteriorated. On January 30th, sensing that the end was near, the chief asked his favorite wives to attire him in full war dress, moccasins, belt, bullet pouch, knives, 3 ostrich plumes, a turban, and silver spurs. That evening he died in his cell, attended by his family and curious officers. The causes of death were listed as malaria and quinsy.
He had some ostrich feathers. So there was ostriches in America.
During Osceola's brief stay in Charleston, the locals had welcomed him with open arms. Editorials hailed him as a fallen hero, as much sinned against his sinning, a warrior owed the respect which the brave ever feel toward the brave. Men and women of society visited Osceola at the fort, and even arranged for him to attend an evening at the theater. Of his newfound admirers, he particularly took to the painter George Catlin, with whom he would talk late into the night. His manners were quiet, wrote one visitor. Yet sometimes he would complain in private, to the few friends he had made during his imprisonment, of the hardness of his fate, and at the same time dwell with fire on the great things he might have done could he have united all his people, and been obeyed. After his treacherous capture, Osceola's death only added to his legend. Across the country, Americans mourned his passing. The Niles National Register included a memorable eulogy. Here is something in his character not unworthy of the respect of the world. From a vagabond child he became the master spirit of a long and desperate war. Bold and decisive in action, deadly but consistent in hatred. Such was Osceola. More. For a nation with deep ambivalence toward Indian removal, Osceola became a symbol of the noble savage fighting for his land. Briefly, a genuine Osceola fad seized the country. Before running its course, 22 towns, 2 lakes, 2 mountains, a state park and a national forest would bear the chief's name.
And that's crazy. We ain't got no black Indian names down there. They was the one put it down. They got reports saying that Osceola said that he didn't do none of those killings. Another thing is kind of wicked. We got to read between the lines. Is that they saying that you know, they really pump him up, but he really Upper Creek though. He ain't even Lower Creek. He Upper Creek, they say. But then on top of that, they say that he was fighting for his land. This ain't Florida, ain't even his homeland. So man, that's we gotta really look at it, man, because they try to paint a story, but every time that it's involving the black Indians, we definitely gotta take a double take because there's a lot of fugazi going on to where they be extra'd out. As you see, they already admitted so many times within this bill that they kept the black Indians out of history.
From Osceola's death onward, the popularity of the war plummeted. Editorials lambasted President Martin Van Buren, who had followed Jackson into office. The Whigs constantly questioned the war's escalating costs. The Army's alleged incompetence became a subject of popular ridicule, as would their pursuit of slave property, once abolitionists seized on the issue in 1842. Popular opinion had turned against the conflict, which citizens now described as a dirty little war of aggression. After Okeechobee, the Army was defeated in 2 more minor battles at Jupiter Inlet and Lokahatchee, where Jessup himself was wounded in the cheek. But these battles made no difference. Okeechobee had been the decisive engagement. The battle had convinced Jessup that the Seminoles could elude the Army almost indefinitely. He had to find another solution.
My bad for the small technical issues.
The war had never been popular with officers. In February, Jessup's senior staff recommended that he end the conflict with a truce, granting the Seminole Indians a reservation in southern Florida. Jessup agreed. Directly, he sent a remarkable letter to Secretary of War Joel Poinsett suggesting an end to hostilities. As a soldier, it is my duty, I am aware, not to comment upon the policy of the government, but to carry it out. I have endeavored faithfully to do so, but the prospect of terminating the war, in any reasonable time, is anything but flattering. My decided opinion is, that unless immediate emigration be abandoned, the war will continue for years to come, and at constantly accumulating expense. More. Within days he sent a second letter, elaborating his position more bluntly. To persevere in the course we have been pursuing for 3 years past would be a reckless waste of blood and treasure. While Jessup waited for a decision from the Secretary of War, Seminoles passed freely in and out of his camp. The Indians wanted peace. They were exhausted and starving. The women trailed after the American horses, gathering corn kernels that fell from the horses' mouths. Surgeon Mott described a peace council where an ancient squaw, the eldest in her tribe, rose to address General Jessup. She said, pointing to the warriors, they were all her children, that she was tired of the war, that her warriors were slain, her villages burnt, her little ones perishing by the roadside, that the Great Spirit frowned on his red children, that the star of her nation had set in blood. She desired that the hatchet should be buried forever, between her children and her white brethren. On March 17, the Secretary of War rejected Jessup's peace plan. The general called a council to announce the bad news, but none of the Indians showed. Once again, Jessup feared the worst. And once again, he ordered the immediate seizure of all Indians in the vicinity. It was the third time that Jessup had seized prisoners in the midst of negotiations. In this final late grab, as one newspaper called it, he captured more than 500 Indians and 160 black Seminoles, the largest haul of the war.
That's interesting. They're going to say it's the largest haul of the war when they're talking about 800, 300, 400 black Seminoles here, black Seminoles 1,000, black Seminoles here. You know, it's like I say, man, the snake tongue, man, you got to watch it, man.
Though the peace plan for the Indians was rejected, Jessup decided to pursue an even more audacious policy toward the blacks. Okeechobee had deepened his belief that the war would persist so long as the militant black warriors continued to fight. He therefore concluded that they had to be removed from the region, especially before their ties to the Indians became even stronger. As he warned the Secretary of War, the two races, the Negro and the Indian, are rapidly approximating. They are identified in interests and feelings. Should the Indians remain in this territory, the Negroes among them will form a rallying point for runaway Negroes from the adjacent states.
See, and that was that was a deterrent to their business. It's like I say, black people at that time was a machine in motion, was for sure, but you was gonna come up if you had them around. So that's why I say they already had plans for any black person. And it's funny, that the Indians would say, well, that the black Seminoles didn't have interest in the land, but we got General Jessup talking to the Secretary of War said that they identified interests. So I would think that would be the same interests and feelings about the land. But they look at it like, as far as the chiefs, that almost any black person can come in. Not just any black person can come in, but there been so many blacks took it from Florida and they came back. Them the folks, we got to let them in. That's an automatic. And then for the folks that's coming from somewhere else and going through it, we got to let them in too. They got to be down, like Brandy. That's for sure. My bad.
Since arriving in Florida, Jessup had sought to divide the blacks from the Indians. Now, to accomplish his goal, he was ready to give the black warriors what they had been fighting for all along: freedom. To this end, he issued the surprising order: Hat all Negroes the property of the Seminole, who delivered themselves up to the commanding officer of the troops, should be free. It was remarkable. By making a battlefield decision to offer freedom to blacks who surrendered, Jessup enacted the first and only emancipation of rebellious blacks on American soil prior to the Civil War. The largest, most organized, and most violent slave uprising in U.S. history had produced a concession of freedom. In essence, the black Seminole portion of the uprising was a victory.
So once again, we said history, but they not gonna put it in history. But they not gonna put it in history. So the history part is that the rebellion blacks, the black Seminoles that's rebelling, the black Indians that's rebellion against the new authority. They done sent a lot of us already federal. What I mean, they done sent us off as prisoners of war to go work, to go do something, either for life or eventually we can get our freedom. But he enacted the first and only emancipation. Prior to the Civil War. A slave uprising, which is not really slaves, it's just blacks. So when you see the word slave, that don't mean that they really got slave owners. It's just they automatically look at these black people like they gotta have slave owners. They that much low to the ground. As far as their liberty and how they say that they got rights and stuff like that. But through that uprising, it gained their freedom. To where you say, all right, we ain't tripping no more. It's going to be no more fighting The U.S. Army is not fighting no more. Just come over here. We're going to set y'all straight. We're going to give y'all some money. We're going to take care of y'all. It's all good. We're going to be the first welfare babies. We the first welfare babies. Through the uprising of slavery. And we still pushing for reparations and for them to keep funding forever for the Black Seminoles.
Jessup's proclamation, as it came to be known, predated Lincoln's by 25 years, yet both acts shared a legal origin in the arguments of John Quincy Adams. It was Adams who, in 1836, first asserted that the U.S. Army could liberate rebellious slaves in time of war. By war the slave may emancipate himself. It may become necessary for the master to recognize his emancipation by a treaty of peace. The ideas of Adams found their first practical application in 1838 with Jessup's offer of freedom. The congressman died before he could see their second application in 1861. That was when Adams' former protege, Senator Charles Sumner, set to work persuading President Abraham Lincoln that under the war powers he had a constitutional right to emancipate Southern slaves. Lincoln and Sumner traced their thinking back to Adams, who, in turn, based his ideas on the actions of the Black Seminoles. One can therefore trace a direct line from the Black Seminole Rebellion to one of the most momentous events in American history, the emancipation of 3 million Southern slaves in 1863. In more ways than one, the Black Seminoles were pioneers on the American frontier.
Are they ever going to say that the Black Seminoles is the first slave liberators? They freed all the slaves from their fight. Not no Harriet Tubman or no Underground Railroad, no shots at them, but we got to really look at the facts.
A Southern-born defender of states' rights, Jessup was no friend to abolitionists. He did not offer freedom on any idealistic grounds. Rather, by his own explanation, he made the offer for pragmatic purposes. It is highly important to the slaveholding states, wrote Jessup, that these Negroes be sent out of the country. In Jessup's opinion, the Black Seminoles were so rebellious, they had to be shipped west. His officers shared the feeling. Sprague, the veteran and first historian of the war, relayed the general attitude. The Negroes have, for their numbers, been the most formidable foe, more bloodthirsty, active, and revengeful than the Indians. The Negro, returned to his original owner, might have remained a few days, when he again would have fled to the swamps, more vindictive than ever. 10 resolute Negroes, with a knowledge of the country, are sufficient to desolate the frontier, from one extent to the other.
Just 10. Just 10 in parentheses. That these Negroes right here, so that's what I'm saying. We talking about indigenous maroons. There's no shot at no other black people, man. We talking about the people that was found in America, man. I done already said so much. I'm not gonna get too more back into the details of it, man. We talking about the indigenous maroons of America. To where they wanted to send them out the country, but they can't send them out the country because they from here. They speak this language. They from this culture. But we got to get them from over here because they too rebellious. They be tripping. What you mean by they be tripping, man? They're bloodthirsty. They're active, revengeful. These are active gang members. Then the Indians. But then they trying to say, and they ain't saying that the Indians are sending niggas on missions. No, the Indians are not sending niggas on missions. Niggas are doing their own thing, been doing their own thing. Within these areas. It's been a war since it's been going down, man. You talking about?
On March 24th, Zachary Taylor and Abraham were instructed to take the news of Jessup's proclamation to John Horse and the black holdouts. They were camped deep in the swamps, near their Indian friends Alligator and Cocucci. What would John Horse do? He had defined himself in war, rising to become the leader of the black resistance. Could he now accept the promise of peace? Abraham's life offered one route. Since the previous June, Abraham had thrown his lot with the army, serving as a scout and interpreter. The former black chief had been moved, at least partly, by consideration of his family. As he wrote to General Jessup, "We do not live for ourselves only, but for our wives and children who are as dear to us as those of any other men. I have done all I can. My heart has been true since I came in. Your servant Abraham." Abraham's life offered one route. Since the previous June, Abraham had thrown his lot with the army, serving as a scout and interpreter. The former black chief had been moved, at least partly, by consideration of his family. As he wrote to General Jessup, "We do not live for ourselves only, but for our wives and children who are as dear to us as those of any other men. I have done all I can. My heart has been true since I came in. Your servant Abraham."
Say the chief. Fighting for our kids and children. And when you got instances like Kaja turning over 20 niggas, then for the folks to get captured, I guess that's what happened. Decision is made. It's all bad. It's all bad. We at this level. The decision.
In contrast to Abraham, Cocucci refused to surrender, vowing to fight to the end. John Horse must have been torn between these two figures and all that they represented. On the one hand stood the diplomat and pragmatist pulling him toward peace, on the other, the militant, romantic, and staunch Indian ally pulling him toward a life of plunder and war.
See, but the thing is, the folks already knew they was going west, though. The folks already knew they was going west when they even went west to even look at the land first. It was already agreed they was gonna go west. It's just they was trying to push them up out of there a little bit more earlier. They wasn't trying to live up to the contract of paying them out for that whole time frame, then the moving. They like, nah, y'all gotta move. They cut like half into the time frame, like, nah, y'all gotta move now. We ain't got enough money. We ain't got enough supplies to be able to supply y'all during that whole time, so y'all gotta move now. They like, nah, I gotta live up to the contract. So it's kind of in between where it's like, yeah, niggas going anyway, and at the same time, people doing backflips and doing bad folks. But just like how they were saying, the Seminoles was doing this, Seminoles were doing that. But at the end of the day, it's the Black Indian. So man, I feel like it's definitely a wobbler. You know, they tried to smut out Abraham. But just like I say, if he was bad people, don't know why they just didn't get him out the way. Like they got everybody else out the way. But still at the same time, most of the folks end up coming anyway, like Wildcat, John Horse, Alligator. All them end up coming anyway. Now Bowlegs and them came later in the 40s. But they still came though. RP Yuki too. So for them to say, oh yeah, nah nigga, don't follow Abraham. Nah, niggas been following Abraham. Don't say y'all the niggas set us up for the ooh-wop. Niggas was going to the ooh-wop anyway, cause shit, it's too many waves. And then you got niggas like Kaja Hado turning over 200 niggas. Nigga can't win for losing. Like Seagram said on the song yesterday, I can't win for losing. It's a fact. It's fucked up for the Black Americans. Being fucked up. Niggas being double-crossed. The fam being double-crossed. Niggas stay getting double-crossed.
John Horse's decision could not have been easy. He was being asked to part from his homeland, his friends, his way of life. He left no record of having a wife at the time, but he was said to have children, and he had a sister, Juana, who had already surrendered. Possibly the words of Abraham rang true for him as well. We do not live for ourselves only, but for our wives and children who are as dear to us as those of any other men. History leaves no guide as to his thoughts and feelings. There remains only the barest record of his actions. On April 4th, Zachary Taylor wrote General Jessup, Alligator, surrendered at Fort Bassinger on the 4th of April, with 88 of his people, including John Kawaya and 27 blacks.
Not just for yourself, but for your kids and for your wives, not for no bust ass niggas. Niggas that ended up turning buster. And when they say that the blacks was the ones doing all the fighting.
Finally, John Horse had surrendered. A young warrior at the time of Dade's massacre, he had risen to become the most important black leader among the Seminoles. At least twice, the resistance might have died if not for his courage, persistence, and cunning. Ultimately, his actions forced Jessup's hand. More than any other leader, John Horse was responsible for the promise of freedom that ended the Black Rebellion. That promise, as indicated, helped pave the way for the liberation of the Southern slaves 25 years later. In this small but tangible way, John Horse contributed to the American legacy of freedom, which owes a lasting debt to the power of his rebellion. To the American officers, the surrender of the Black Seminoles was one of the most positive developments of the war, perhaps the only positive development. Fighting with the Indians would persist for 4 more years, but mainly in isolated skirmishes, and never with the intensity of the previous battles. None of the major battles of the Second Seminole War took place after the blacks surrendered. In 1838, had the Van Buren administration accepted Jessup's proposal to set aside a small reservation in the Everglades, the war probably would have ended. As it was, the government eventually agreed to set aside just such a reservation, but only after 4 more years of bloodshed and expense.
Once again, we got to read between the lines. None of the major battles in the Second War took place after the blacks surrendered. There wasn't no war if it wasn't no blacks fighting. Man, they just keep putting it right back in our face. But they'll just pump out the story. Oh yeah, the Seminoles was over there fighting. The Seminoles had them running up out there. The Seminole this, the Seminole that. But then when you take the cover off, it's Black Indians.
The loss of their black allies weakened the remaining Seminoles, but by hiding deep in the Everglades, where white settlers showed no inclination of moving, the Indians were able to fend off the army. Arpika, Billy Bowlegs, and Kokuchi all led bands that successfully resisted encroachment and occasionally marauded white settlements. The army would spend an additional $20 to $30 million, on top of $20 to $30 million already spent, in the futile attempt to dislodge them.
60 million. 60 million in the 1830s and 1820s.
Even after he left the White House in 1837, Andrew Jackson continued to play a direct role in the war. At the Hermitage in Nashville, he received copious military reports, and in response he fired back a steady stream of memoranda to Washington. He had hoped that Jessup would finally bring the conflict to a close. Now, the whole affair was dispiriting. As he wrote to Secretary Poinsett, "It has been a disgraceful war to the American character and its army." Jackson left office burdened by the agony of the conflict. The army's failure haunted him for the rest of his days. The promise of freedom to the blacks could hardly have lightened his mood. As early as 1816, Jackson had vowed to put an end to an evil of so serious a nature as existed in Florida. That evil had been the freedom of the black Seminoles. Jackson had tried to crush the rebels, yet in one foreign invasion, one illegal slave raid, and 2 organized wars, he had failed. He could not quell their spirit of rebellion. He could not defeat them.
Could not defeat them. Man, there was too much backdoor. It seemed like they was defeating us, man. It was too many ways. You end up capturing the folks. But peep though, 60 million in 1830 would have been $2.1 billion today. Do you know what the black Seminoles can do with $2.1 billion today, 2025? Instead of using those funds to try to get rid of niggas, put those funds to niggas to be able to make something happen. And best believe we're gonna make something happen with that. These niggas be ass backwards. Like my niggas say, you niggas is cornerbacks. They're crazy.
John Horse emigrated shortly after he surrendered. In May, he boarded a ship in Tampa Bay, bound for New Orleans. By now, most of his allies had made the long journey west. Micanopy, the great friend of the blacks, was already in Oklahoma. There, John Horse would reunite with his sister, friends, and, eventually, more than 500 fellow black Seminoles. The hardest chapter of the war had come to a close. But halfway across the country, a new future awaited, with challenges that would test the leadership of John Horse, the honor of the young republic, and the promise of American freedom.
I'm talking about more than 500. Yeah, they've been enslaving us down. Numbers being greater. That's why I say there's a lot of folks in America that's black Seminoles and they don't even know it.
From 1838 to 1850, the story of John Horse and the black Seminoles forms one of the most fascinating, unsung chapters in the history of the American West. In present-day Arkansas and Oklahoma, white speculators, Indian slave traders, and Southern politicians worked to deny the blacks their freedom. John Horse faced death threats, assassination attempts, and finally the bleak prospect of seeing his family sold into plantation slavery. In a surprising twist, he found an unlikely ally in the U.S. Army. At the same time, his traditional alliance with the Seminole Indians came under threat. Finally, a legal decision in Washington brought the situation to a climax. With the aid of his friend Kokuchi, John Horse took matters into his own hands, as the black Seminoles struggled to conclude their epic quest for freedom.
Once again, we gotta read between the lines. And they're using words like his alliance. You know, they try to use little slick shit like that to try to act like niggas really ain't from America or really from here, like niggas walked on. When we got the chief already saying that he was raised in the village. You know, these people that's from the land, a lot of these people will come from black villages, black Seminole villages, already in Florida. Some of them was raised in the Indians village, or like a mixed village. But it was some all black villages. So when they just say this alliance, they try to take it away. They try to say that, they try to say a nigga will walk on. When niggas is born into it. See, and that's the fight of the terminology that niggas gotta fight against, and the mislabeling, and it been going on. A fact.
John Horse reached the Indian Territory in May of 1838. Almost immediately he agreed to return back east. The government was hiring Indian and black interpreters to convince the remaining militants in Florida to emigrate. With his linguistic skills and knowledge of the region, John Horse was considered an ideal candidate. Within a year, he had returned to Florida as an Army scout.
Now, what blacks? Because they just act like they just picked up any black. Oh yeah, we just got a black. You be able to. Oh, you got to be able to speak the language. You got to be from here. You got to be able to speak the language. Only way you can speak this language, you got to be from here. You got to be talking to us. So these ain't nothing but black Seminoles they recruit. They just act like they just picking up any black. Now they just not picking up any black.
Zachary Taylor, the new commander, was livid to hear that his enemy from Okeechobee was coming back, to serve his own forces no less. I regret that permission should have been given for the return to Florida of the Seminole Indian John Cowiah, as I believe him to be one of the most artful and faithless of his tribe. Nonetheless, John Horse served the Army with great distinction. Colonel Worth credited him with helping bring in 535 Seminoles. He worked in a variety of situations, mainly peace talks with former allies, but also military expeditions against the most recalcitrant parties. The most famous Indian he helped bring in was Cocucci. By 1841, Cocucci was considered the prize of the remaining warriors. John Horse arranged the initial peace talks with his old friend in March. The chief arrived dressed as Hamlet, in a costume that he had plundered from itinerant actors the year before.
And that's why I don't feel like Abraham bad people, because he basically did the same thing, but they try to put it in the frame and in a way that he was fucked up. He was smutted out. But John Horse did the same thing, and him and Wildcat was friends to the end. The fact.
Kokuchi's 12-year-old daughter was in camp as a prisoner. As soon as she heard her father's voice, wrote Lieutenant Sprague, the girl ran from her tent to join him. A.N.D., with the instinct peculiar to her race, brought him musket balls and powder, pieces of cartridges which she had found around the camp and secreted, anticipating her father's arrival. Finding the girl alive and well cared for, Kokuchi wept. From this point on, he began to negotiate his surrender.
So it's all good, they try to highlight it, they try to put it in a nice way, in a good storytelling way with Wildcat. He was weeping for his kids. But when it come to Abraham, he switched up. Nah, he ain't switched up. We got to talk about Kahajo turning over 200 niggas, just giving niggas away. I ain't see none of that going on with Abraham. That's a fact.
Lieutenant Sprague reported that during the peace talks, Kokuchi's manly bearing, his intelligent face, the calm subdued intonations of his voice, won the sympathy of those around, and commanded the respect of all. Speaking through John Horse, the chief delivered a speech that moved the hard-bitten officers. He land I was upon I loved, my body is made of its sands. The Great Spirit gave me legs to walk over it, hands to aid myself, eyes to see its ponds, rivers, forests, and game. The white man comes, he grows pale and sick, why cannot we live here in peace? The white men are as thick as the leaves in the hammock, they come upon us thicker every year. They may shoot us, drive our women and children night and day, they may chain our hands and feet, but the red man's heart will be always free. Full excerpt.
So now they acting like the red man was the one that was tripping down here. No, it was the blacks. Like I say, what he said, they kept getting deeper and deeper. I'll tell you, they kept just bringing more waves. You got the Maryland wave. You got the Virginia wave. You got the New York wave. You got the Missouri wave. You got the Tennessee wave. It's just wave after wave after wave. But it's all good because we still here. Thank God for the kids and the wives. But just like the man said, 10 Black Seminoles, just 10, can cover a whole range and really handle business.
Before Kokuchi surrendered, General Taylor committed one of the most notorious acts of the war when he tried to use bloodhounds on the Seminoles. He attempted the tactic in the first months of 1840. The results were not good. The dogs helped bring in all of 2 Indians while managing to raise the moral indignation of the country. Cartoonists were the only beneficiaries. They lampooned Taylor with images of bloodhounds for the remainder of his public career. Officers were more tired of the war than ever. After Kokuchi's surrender, they endorsed another peace plan, which Major Ethan Allen Hitchcock sent to Washington. President Tyler carefully read the plan and then politely rejected it. If peace, as suggested by Major Hitchcock, could be negotiated, leaving the Seminoles, a portion of the country, the tide of white population would roll in and do more service than an army. Hitchcock was disillusioned. But after a week of ruminating on Washington politics, he concluded that the petty actions of men were nothing compared to eternal truths. What appeared great has diminished. Generals and great men are pygmies. Principles, laws of nature, truth, these alone seem grand. From the Diary of Ethan Allen Hitchcock.
Yeah, the only reason. The only reason that I ain't gonna say the only reason, but a reason that General Jessup wasn't like the other generals throughout past history that just enslaved the black Indians. Really build up his wealth, really build up their wealth like that. It was just too much fight. It was gonna be too much fight. It was gonna be too much fight to be able to. It's gonna be too much problem to be able to control this generation, black Indian. The generations keep getting worse and worse, and it's gonna be too much of a hassle to be able to make these people slaves. You're not going for it. So we'd rather get them up out of Florida so we can do what we need to do in Florida and take them west of the Mississippi. With these other Indians. Now that's gonna be something that I want to look into for sure and see why they didn't just say, why they just didn't ship the blacks, if they saying they from Africa, why they just ship them all back to Africa and just get them out the way completely, because they knew they was going to be a deterrent to the fabric of building up a nation if they felt like that. I'm saying because these folks knew or had some thought that these blacks were from America.
In Congress, the Seminole War was finally starting to attract attention. The gag rule remained in effect, prohibiting discussions of slavery, but Congress still had to debate funding for the war. On February 9, 1841, Joshua Reed Giddings, a fiery anti-slavery congressman from Ohio, followed in the footsteps of John Quincy Adams in his attempts to flaunt the gag rule. Using parliamentary rules to brilliant effect, Giddings delivered a 3-hour diatribe against the war that was simultaneously a ringing indictment of slavery. Peppering his speech with historical references to the Black Seminoles, Giddings described the war as the prostitution of the Federal Army to the base purpose of leading on an organized company of Negro catchers.
Negro catchers, not African catchers. Do you understand? Negro catchers, not African catchers. Now we say Negro, they talking about black people. People from the warm countries. You gotta realize that this area of Florida was labeled as West India for a long time.
As Giddings delivered his indictment, angry colleagues cried for silence, and the House was agitated like the waves of the sea. But the congressman had studied the rules too carefully to be gagged. The gist of his constitutional argument was simple. If what the slaveholders were always saying was true, that the federal government had no business making laws about slavery, then the same logic should hold in Florida, where the federal army should therefore have no business hunting fugitive slaves. If the Southern doctrine of states' rights meant no federal interference with slavery, then surely it also meant no federal protection for the institution. Giddings was not just making a legal argument, however. He was also attacking Southern masculinity at its core, suggesting that white Southerners could not handle their slaves without the aid of the federally funded army. The undertone was even more radical. Giddings was clearly implying that under the U.S. Constitution, slaves had the right to fight for their own freedom.
Giddings, I'm gonna have to look into Giddings because he may be pushing that these black Indians is fighting for their land, they're fighting for their tribe and family leadership, and for their American culture.
After the speech, Southerners rose one by one to heap scorn on the representative from Ohio. A delegate from Florida adamantly denied that his constituents were engaged in stealing Negroes from the Indians. A Georgian threatened Giddings with lynch law. Julius Alford, another Georgian, said that he would sooner spit on Giddings than listen to more of his abolitionist rant. "If I could wash your blood from my soul as easily as your spittle from my face," replied Giddings, "you should not live another day." Alford rushed the congressman, but at 6 feet 2 inches and 250 pounds, Giddings was able to stare down his opponent this time.
Once again, you gotta read between the lines. Stealing the Negroes from the Indians, but the Indians wasn't never no slave owners. Like I said, the Indians didn't learn, which we gonna learn today, that the Indians didn't learn about owning no slaves on paper until 1847, which Marcellus Duval taught them. They didn't know nothing about that. It's a social construct of how blacks had to be interpreted during that time. That's all that is. But at the same time, they would say, these is black Indians, the black Indian chief.
Giddings was a prominent member of the Whig Party, but Northern Whigs distanced themselves from him almost as quickly as Democrats and Southerners. President Harrison promised to purge the party of subversives like the Ohio representative. In his inaugural address 3 weeks after the commotion, Harrison pointedly denounced the harbingers of disunion, violence, and civil war. For Giddings, the speech became a turning point in his lifelong campaign against slavery. It also marked the commencement of his interest in the Black Seminoles. This fascination would culminate in 1858 when Giddings authored the first history of the community, The Exiles of Florida.
We're gonna do a review on that. I got that Exiles of Florida, and we're gonna do a review on that. That's for sure.
While officers and lawmakers debated the war, their former adversary enjoyed his new role as a peacemaker and interpreter. For John Horse, this was a period of comparative prosperity. The sole image of him that may have been drawn from life comes from this time. The engraving shows a handsome guy decked out in Seminole tunic, leggings, jewelry, and headdress. Called Gopher John by the soldiers, he was universally recognized for his good humor, diplomacy, and above all, excellence in the frontier skills of hunting, shooting, tracking, and cooking. Legends of the Negro Scout persisted in U.S. Army lore as late as 1873.
Long live John Horse. He's a legend. They said it.
By April 1840, the prosperous guide had married 19-year-old Susan, daughter of the Black warrior July. Little is known about Susan, but John Horse's marriage to her was considered happy and lasted for the rest of his life. History does not record anything about the fate of John Horse's first wife, whose existence is only alluded to before the Second Seminole War.
Long live July. Long live Susan.
By July of 1842, John Horse concluded his military service. He and Susan sailed with 120 Seminoles from Tampa Bay. This was the second parting for John Horse, but the first for his companions, who were leaving Florida for good. As the ship pulled from the coast, many wept. Chief Halleck Tustenuggee uttered with scorn, "I have been hunted like a wolf, and now I am to be sent away like a dog."
Man, they from the land. They from Florida. They could have. That's why I don't believe in that these just Africans and they all came from South Carolina, Georgia. It just never made no sense to me. Why would they just run to California? Why would they come to these certain areas in Florida where it already been settlements? Because they been there. These other people that's coming from, Georgia and Alabama, Tennessee, late in the game, as far as they peoples. But the Black Indians and the Black Seminoles being in these areas, and you see, man, they was weeping.
Tustenuggee's anger was a sign of things to come. By 1843, the Army had induced almost 3,900 Seminole Indians and 500 black allies to emigrate west. Many were lured with promises of land and freedom. What would happen if these promises were broken? It did not help that a contingent of Seminoles led by Billy Bowlegs never surrendered and was ultimately allowed to remain in Florida. If these militants could stay, why, many would wonder, had they agreed to leave?
And that 500 should be definitely a greater number. A lot of people got enslaved. That's a fact. Throughout all the years. Believe me, they folks wasn't shipped out like that. For fact. They folks wasn't shipped out like that, like our folks. And on top of that, that 39, there's a lot of mix within there also. That 39 ain't fully blood. That's a fact.
In the summer of 1842, John Horse and his fellow émigrés sailed up the Arkansas River on the steamboat Swan. By now, John Horse had amassed moderate wealth. When the boat ran aground below Fort Smith, for example, he loaned the presiding officer $1,500 to clear the vessel. Over the next year, John Horse was able to live on his savings while establishing his family as homesteaders.
They say he gave a man a rack. Matter of fact, 1,500. He gave a man 1,500, so he was racked up. Once again, we got immigration, not with the I, but with the E. We got to understand the difference. The I is when they're going to a foreign territory, a foreign land. With the E, they just going to one part of their land to another part of the land. That's it. They land.
His friends in the Indian Territory were not so fortunate, as John Horse learned upon his arrival at Fort Gibson. Creeks were living on the lands promised to the Seminoles, along the North Fork of the Canadian River. This was exactly what the militants had feared before the war. More accommodating Seminoles, like Micanopy, agreed to live with the Creeks, but the traditionalists refused, led by Cocucci.
Long live Wildcat. Seeing the fuckery, said, hold on, nah, this ain't the same. Nah, but they on the land that we said that we were supposed to be getting. What's going on? They in our house.
Cocucci and more than 1,500 Seminoles were squatting on Cherokee lands, drawing army rations. They wanted a separate Seminole territory, where they could live without submitting to Creek laws. Only in this way could the blacks and Indians live as they had in Florida. Cocucci was adamant he had not left Florida just so his followers could become subjects of the Creeks.
That's a fact. We not no Creek underlings. We do what we do. They do what they do. You know, hey, shout out to the Creeks.
The black Seminoles fully supported Cocucci. In their minds, they had fought for the right to remain free. In many cases, freedom was understood as the right to remain under the lenient Seminole system, without fear of being sold into Creek or Southern-style slavery. More than half of the Maroons, however, had also been promised legal freedom as a condition of their surrender under Jessup's proclamation. Would the country honor this promise? The question cast a dark cloud over their future.
Now more than half of the Maroons. Come on now, everybody. That's crazy. Once again, we got more snake talk. Say all black Seminoles come to Temple Bay. It's gonna be all good. Now, it's only a little bit in half that we gonna fuck with y'all on. I don't know about y'all other folks. Come on now. Cut out, man.
Out west, Creek leaders were anxious to bring the blacks under their tribal laws. Under Chief Rollie McIntosh, Creeks argued that no matter what General Jessup had said, the Maroons were still human property, and as such they could be sold or claimed by their rightful owners. Not surprisingly, some Creeks miraculously produced titles to individual blacks. Others made claims based on archaic treaties and unfulfilled promises from the U.S. government. An age-old tension was resurfacing in Oklahoma.
Once again, now the Creeks coming up with fake paperwork. Now the Creeks understanding like the white folks. Now the Creeks is looking at the blacks as devils because they're gonna be able to make some money. That they slaves, any black person don't matter. 12 years a slave, you seen that. But that's a life story. We talking about blacks that's living off the land, indigenous, growing corn, melons, beans, pumpkins, and sugar cane. Eating softy. And they being told because these Indians started reading this Bible, they was going to boarding schools and they drank the Kool-Aid. But just like I said, it's the social construct that these type of people is the slaves and they have no rights. And they gotta have a master.
Making matters worse for the Black Seminoles, a pro-Creek faction began to develop within the tribe. Led by Jim Jumper, the pro-Creek Seminoles were willing to view blacks as human property, not just military allies. Jumper and a select group of other Seminoles said that they had come west believing that they would be secure in their property. This argument rang true with neighboring slaveholders, white and Indian, even if it violated Jessup's proclamation and the Seminole tradition. For the blacks, it was as if the problems of Florida had simply moved with them to the west. In a sense, this was true, since the institution of American slavery was the ultimate cause of the Black Seminoles' problems.
So we got Jim Jumper, the turncoat that went away from the Seminole tradition of we all one for all, ain't no color. But it's like I say, these is new Seminoles, the Black Floridians, the Black Indians. It's the ancient Seminoles, which is the Cimarroons, the Maroon, the indigenous Maroon communities that was found. So they talking about a pro-Creek within. It's a handful, best believe it's a handful right now in 2025. Majority of the Seminoles rock with it like that. It's only a handful. It always been only a handful because they've been in the bed with the government. That's a fact.
Tensions reached a high point in 1844 when Creek slavers tried to kidnap several blacks. They succeeded in catching Dembo Factor, a veteran of Dade's massacre. Kokuchi sought army intervention to prevent the slavers from selling Factor off of the territory. The army recovered the captive, but the criminals went unpunished. In fact, Creek Chief Rollie McIntosh defended their actions.
Long live Dembo Factory. Put it down during a veteran of the day. You see that the veteran of the days, man. I tell you, them was the black Indians that did that. They not gonna highlight that. If them was Indians, they would have been put that on Hollywood. Stop playing. Stop playing. They would have been put that in Hollywood. Stop playing.
The African Seminole Alliance had flourished during 2 wars against the United States. Now, during peace, it was falling apart. According to John Horse, even the government subagent to the Seminoles urged the Indians, in open council, either to sell or make slaves of them again. Micanopy and Cocucci were still friends of the blacks, but could these chiefs stave off the Creek influence? Fearing the worst, blacks besieged the army with efforts to establish their legal freedom. They brought scraps of paper, memories of military promises, ancient receipts. The records of Fort Gibson and of the Seminole Agency, writes Littlefield, reveal the desperate struggle of many blacks to safeguard against a return to slave status.
The blacks brought ancient receipts. Come on, man. Great. Shout out to the folks.
Homesteading on the Deep Fork of the Canadian, John Horse was relatively secure. Written statements from Zachary Taylor and Colonel Worth confirmed his freedom. At Micanopy's suggestion, the tribe also had recognized his free status in 1843 by validating his Seminole master's will. The territory was tense, but John Horse had options. He could have pursued the private interests of his family. He could have smoothed over relations with the pro-slavery chiefs. Instead, he chose a wider course of action.
Yeah. Shout out to all the folks from Deep Fork on everything. Man, got ancestors that was posted up at the Deep Fork. That's for sure. Matter of fact, North Deep Fork, north side.
John Horse's first move was to team up with Cocucci on a delegation to Washington in 1844. Cocucci traveled on his own initiative without a clear mandate from the tribal leadership to try and secure separate lands for the Seminoles, where they could live as they had in Florida. John Horse went along as an interpreter and representative of the blacks, ****.
Yeah, hold on. Let me bring that back real quick.
John Horse's first move was to team up with Cocucci on a delegation to Washington in 1844. Cocucci traveled on his own initiative without a clear mandate from the tribal leadership to try and secure separate lands for the Seminoles, where they could live as they had in Florida. John Horse went along as an interpreter and representative of the blacks, ****.
Representative of the black Indians, saying that we as a separate tribe, we need them land grants that your boy had said we was gonna get down in Florida. Now we gotta come to y'all to get it because y'all boys out there in the Indian territory ain't living up to it. What's going on? Talking about we gotta be up under the creek. Nah, that's a whole different people. The niggas don't rock like us. Them niggas different. Matter of fact, them niggas really be moving like some whole niggas. Matter of fact, and all the niggas that they do got up over there is really black Seminoles.
In Washington, the group called on their former enemy, General Jessup. The quartermaster received them warmly at his home on F Street. Years later, Kokuchi still recalled the good dinner that the general's wife prepared and the hospitality of his daughters, who entertained the delegation with songs in the parlor. After the formalities, Kokuchi put his case before the general. He threw the blame for the Seminole situation on the Creeks. Hay would take by force our Negro property from us, as many bad men among them were setting up unjust claims to many of our blacks, on which account we still remain in the Cherokee Nation.
Fake paperwork. Now the white boys is teaching the Creeks how to do fake paperwork. Now you can see they trying to exercise it, but it ain't happening.
Jessup agreed to help his former enemies. He brought Kokuchi's case before President John Tyler and his Secretary of War, William Wilkins. Stressing the moral imperative of the government's promises to the Seminoles, Jessup warned Wilkins that he could not remain passive and witness the illegal interference with the rights of those people, every consideration of personal honor and public obligation forbids it. During the war, Americans vilified Jessup for his methods against the Seminoles, yet his support for them now revealed another aspect of his character. Despite a reputation for deceit based on his capture of Osceola, Jessup appears to have been a man of principle. In 1838, he placed his career at risk by recommending a reversal of the Indian removal policy in Florida. He had ended the black insurrection with his promise of freedom to the Maroons and his pledge to secure them a homeland where they could live in peace. In his view, it was the government's obligation to fulfill these promises. Jessup made his arguments in a capital more divided than ever, thanks in no small measure to the black Seminoles' best friend in Congress, Joshua Giddings. Giddings' 1841 speech calling the Seminole War a government-sponsored foray in slave-catching had been widely circulated as an anti-slavery pamphlet. From that moment on, the Ohio representative became a lightning rod for the South. When he pressed another anti-slavery case in 1842, the rights of black mutineers on the slave ship Creole, Southern constituents pressured Congress to censure him severely. The action compelled Giddings to leave the House in disgrace before the close of his term. Within months, however, his Ohio constituents had voted him back by an overwhelming margin. Even Giddings' strongest enemies conceded that his return to Congress later that year was a major victory for the anti-slavery movement. His dramatic reinstatement effectively killed the gag rule, though it was not officially repealed until 1844, paving the way for open debate on slavery and ultimately, for civil war.
Once again, them showing that they sponsored black Indian slave raids and putting the term slavery on them for the gain of money, power, and roles within government of lawmaking. Shout out to Giddens. And then get in there and call out what his family members was doing to the Black Seminoles during that time. That's a fact.
While Jessup pressed the case of Cocucci and John Horse, the pro-slavery Creeks found their own allies in Washington among Southern lawmakers. By 1845, lobbying on both sides resulted in a new treaty between the Creeks and the Seminoles. Though perhaps not immediately apparent, the treaty was decidedly tilted toward the South. The government proposed that the Seminoles could have their own lands as originally promised, but within Creek territory, ultimately under Creek jurisdiction. The government would not create a sovereign Seminole nation. The treaty made no direct mention of black Seminoles, Negroes, or slaves. Reading it today, one would have almost no idea that its underlying issue was slavery.
Because they talk with the forked tongue. The double snake head tongue. That motherfucker going 4 ways when they talk. You be hearing the politicians nowadays, them niggas the same way back then. Them niggas just more cutthroat. Oh, they ain't gonna write it within the government paperwork, but with all the military documentation, you can see it. But they want to act goofy, or they are going to be goofy when it comes to getting it legislated, because they got to set a certain criteria and a certain standard within this construct or within their culture of how things got to be. And I guess throughout the years, and then cracked open to where we at now, where we can do so much over here. But we got to highlight that it started somewhere. In fact, it started somewhere.
Out west, Cocucci faced a difficult decision. He was disappointed by the treaty's limitations, but his Indian followers were destitute. The agreement would at least grant them their own lands, separate from the Creeks. Moreover, the treaty seemed to offer a concession with regard to the blacks. Under a special provision, any future disputes over property were to be referred to the president. Naively hopeful that this would work in the blacks' favor, Cocucci signed the treaty.
So now, just to be able, that's what I'm saying, the system is so racist towards black people. Don't matter if we found you here or nothing. Don't matter if you speak the language. Don't matter if you dress. None of that. You as a slave, you had no rights to nothing within this society. And now, for the indigenous Maroons from America, now them, and somebody really a new Seminole, a Lake Creek, is telling the original Seminole, the original Maroon, that the president can only decide if you from America or not. The president can only give you your status of when the president's ancestors found your ancestors, they found them over here. that's just gonna get overlooked. And that's a sad case. But you can always look in the book of the SGI talk, get these scriptures.
The treaty began a dark period for the Black Seminoles and their leader. The pro-Creek, pro-slavery faction considered John Horse's activities in Washington to be meddling in tribal affairs. Within days of his return, a Seminole Indian attacked the black leader. He was riding home one day when the assailant chased after him on horseback with a loaded rifle. The Indian shot John Horse's mount out from under him and then came after him with a knife. Fortunately, a group of Seminole women whom John Horse had helped in the past were standing nearby. They wrestled the assailant to the ground while John Horse wriggled free from underneath his horse.
Man, shout out to the sisters, man. Shout out to the Seminole ladies. Can't forget about the Seminole women. Can't forget about the black Seminole women. We can't forget about the black Indian women. They was able to get the legend up out of there from the folks doing bad work. From the folks being bad.
John Horse sought refuge in the headquarters at Fort Gibson. From that point on, he took up semi-permanent residence at the fort, under the watchful eyes of officers whom he had befriended in Oklahoma and Florida. A number of career men served in both locations. Officers wrote appeals to Washington on John Horse's behalf. The Secretary of War himself warned the Seminole chiefs that they would be held responsible for John Horse's family, property, and life. John Horse had pinned his hopes on Cocoochy, but with the failure of the treaty, he decided to press his own case. He wanted to travel to Washington again, this time to pursue the exclusive interests of himself and the Black Seminoles. But how could a free black man safely make his way east traveling through slave territories? As it happened, John T. Mason was looking for a manservant to accompany him to the capital. In one of the more quixotic decisions of his life, John Horse signed on with Mason to obtain passage.
You know how they pass through because they from the land, they speak the language. Oh man. Ain't nobody gonna mess with them guys right there.
According to Porter, once he reached Washington, John Horse quickly ran into troubles in his working arrangement. Possibly he did not understand the requirements of working as a manservant, or perhaps he did not care to understand them either way. Within a month of their arrival, Mason sued Gopher John, a free Seminole Negro, for reimbursement of back pay and the cost of his passage east. No less a personage than the Secretary of War himself, William Marcy, arranged for John Horse's legal defense. Marcy enlisted James Hoban, the U.S. District Attorney for the capital, to take John Horse's side against Mason. The case was apparently settled to John Horse's satisfaction. The Black Warrior may have overestimated his ability to be a manservant, but his employer had even more seriously underestimated his manservant's federal connections.
Man, shout out to the Secretary of War for getting John Horse a lawyer. And he won the case for him. some more historical facts on John Horace winning cases in court in May and 1845.
John Horace did not last long as a servant, but he did pass the entire winter in D.C. He sought to recover $1,000 in back pay for his services in Florida, plus compensation for 90 head of cattle he had lost in the war. Above all, however, he tried to press on General Jessup the desperation of the Black Seminoles. The government had promised his people freedom, yet slavers threatened them daily. The blacks needed a secure homeland. To find one, he told Jessup, they were willing to relocate just about anywhere: Arkansas, Florida, even Africa.
Niggas said they'll go to Africa. It ain't parentheses, but how would a nigga say that and a nigga never been there? Once again, we got slave abolitionists. We got slave activists that be putting in these reports trying to talk for the folks. We got to read between the lines. They got a certain agenda, just like right now, they be having a certain agenda for a certain group of people. And they just put one blanket term on them. And now you got a whole bunch of little different stuff going on with the within that blanket now. It's almost like when they, pushing for their community. And it's nothing to the letter community. But it started out at one umbrella, now it's a whole bunch of different definitions. A whole bunch of different definitions up under that umbrella. And that's the same thing how they fought for black people that were just slaves, but don't know the whole story of all the black people. Just put one blanket term on them, all African. You from here. But I find it funny enough, I find it interesting that they would say Africa, but they would just skip over the islands where some of them so-called did go, or been going back and forth. I tell you, the double-headed snake talk with the forked tongue.
Years later, John Horace said that he had personally presented the case of the Black Seminoles to President Polk. It would have been a fascinating meeting between the black freedom fighter and the pro-South expansionist known as Little Hickory for his devotion to Andrew Jackson. There are no records of such a visit, but the issue definitely made it before the president. Polk's subsequent actions confirmed this, as did Jessup's letter to the commander at Fort Gibson. John Kauai needs to return to his family, leaving the business of himself and his people in my hands. He case of the Seminole Negroes is now before the president.
The Seminole Negro, the Black Indians, the indigenous maroon communities.
In his communications to the President and Secretary of War, Jessup took up the cause of the black Seminoles with the same fervor that he had once unleashed on them in war. He stressed that 9/10 of the blacks were free by virtue of his proclamation. Many had served the army faithfully and had lost friends and comrades in the struggle. I earnestly hope that the executive will not permit the national faith then earnestly pledged to be violated, but that all of the Negroes who surrendered to me and have been sent to the West be protected from capture by, or sale to either citizens, foreigners, or Indians, and that measures be taken to recover all who have been separated from their families or sold.
Once again, we got characteristic acts that we need reparations from separating from our families and homeland. You've seen it already said that the people was crying when they took them away from Florida. How the blacks surrender when they told the blacks to come in with the white flag. See, man, so you gotta read between the lines, man.
As Jessup and John Horse lobbied Little Hickory, Old Hickory, the black Seminoles' historic nemesis, was dying. Racked by edema and lifelong gunshot wounds, slowly poisoned by daily doses of calomel and mercury, Andrew Jackson was becoming a shadow of his former self. He continued to accept visitors. General Jessup himself had made a pilgrimage to the Hermitage earlier that spring. When he asked Old Hickory what the future might hold, Jackson told him, "Sir, I am in the hands of a merciful God. I have full confidence in His goodness and mercy. The Bible is true. I have tried to conform to its spirit as near as possible. Upon that sacred volume I rest my hope for eternal salvation, through the merits and blood of our blessed Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ."
Jesus Christ. Amen.
Other visitors asked Jackson about his legacy, including Indian removal, a subject that troubled Americans. By 1845, more than 46,000 Indians had been relocated west. The action gained an empire, but at a terrible cost. "I fought through the Civil War," said one soldier years later, "and have seen men shot to pieces and slaughtered by thousands, but the Cherokee removal was the cruelest I ever saw." Jackson knew the horrors of removal from the reports of military officers. They had been aghast at the suffering that the policy unleashed. To the end, Old Hickory defended the move on the grounds of economic and social necessity, even humanity toward the Indians. Yet, to the end, the questions would linger.
Old Hickory rates his ass.
In the summer of 1842, John Horse and his fellow émigrés sailed up the Arkansas River on the steamboat Swan. By now, John Horse had amassed moderate wealth. When the boat ran aground below Fort Smith, For example, he loaned the presiding officer $1,500 to clear the vessel. Over the next year, John
That was crazy how that just happened. My bad for those technical issues. I don't know how that got up in there like that, but keep it moving. Oh, so what, they tripping on this right here or something? What's going on? They tripping on this way? Can't get that. Fuck it, on June 8th, Jackson family gathered. Oh, this is about, ain't nobody worried about this nigga. And, President Jackson. Call this nigga here. Don't anybody tripping on this nigga.
Months before he met John Horse in Washington, Jessup had visited the Indian Territory, where reports of violence against the black Seminoles troubled him. Out west, he reiterated his support for the blacks, saying that his proclamation during the war remained in full force and effect. As a result, hundreds of black Seminoles sought shelter at the fort.
Man, shout out to General Jessup coming through and telling the white boys out there, hey, nigga, bag up. The white boys said, nigga, you don't give a fuck about none of that shit. The nigga, white boys out there are different.
When John Horse returned from Washington, he found scores of black laborers and their families working at Fort Gibson under the protection of the Army. Blacks were in the process of building the old stone commissary and other masonry structures at the fort. Still visible today, these buildings pay stoic tribute to the endurance of the Maroons during a difficult time. The wooden beams and stone bricks also hint at another story, a fascinating social relationship that was taking shape on the plains.
Stone structures. Building stone structures, man. I think I showed that already, one of those, that building. Matter of fact, it's one of the oldest stone structures that's in Oklahoma.
Foreshadowing events in the U.S. Civil War, blacks in the territory were forging strong ties to the Army as they sought its protection. Officers, in turn, gained respect for the refugees. Under adverse conditions, they even became friends. Company commanders led Sunday school classes for black Seminoles, taught them to read, which was considered a crime in most southern states, and vigorously defended their freedom in letters and petitions to the federal government.
They were making so crazy about that. Now I'm thinking about that. So man, I'm supposed to send my oldest son to this one private school, and I was looking into it, and I know they was like the oldest school in Oklahoma City and shit, right? But they started off in Kanawha. Kanawha is in the Seminole County. I found that very kind of interesting for real. Though. That was kind of crazy.
Often, the defense of freedom required more than words. Throughout 1846 to 49, the Army was called into action to rescue black Seminoles from slaving parties on the reservations. Sometimes the slavers dared to come onto the grounds of Fort Gibson itself. August 1, 1846 was an all-too typical day, as described by Lieutenant Kirkham.
I ain't gonna do that. But a few days ago, 3 men came and carried off a boy living in under the protection of the post. He was recovered by a party of dragoons sent after him, but it keeps up a constant state of excitement and annoyance among the poor people. That's fucked up, man. They took niggas from their homeland, from their home turf, and got them all out of bounds. And doing niggas bad, man. It's fucked up.
Soldiers were learning the effects of slavery on a new level from the plight of men and women whom they knew and respected personally. This was a community, moreover, whose ranks included the most successful black freedom fighters in U.S. history, African Americans who took visible pride in their tradition of rebellion. For the white soldiers, working with them must have been a transformation. Union soldiers would undergo a similar experience 2 decades later, as they sheltered fugitive slaves and gained new respect for their black comrades in arms.
It's crazy how, yeah, it's the biggest freedom fighter, the biggest, most successful black freedom fighters, but it haven't hit Hollywood. It haven't hit Hollywood.
In the mid-1840s, if the situation in Oklahoma had been left to the black Seminoles and the Army, there probably would have been few problems. With Army support, the blacks could have easily defended themselves from the small parties of slave raiders and speculators roaming the territory. Unfortunately, the destiny of the black Seminoles was at the mercy of an enemy that they could not easily confront: American democracy. By 1846, North-South sectionalism was rending the fabric of a country bitterly divided over slavery. In such a context, the existence of an armed community of free blacks could not possibly escape the national conflict.
Now, do you get that right there? These niggas ain't no getting around. It's gonna be some funk. And they gonna call reinforcements on these niggas no matter where they at in the States. That U.S. Postal gonna get around. That telegram is gonna get around for help. These niggas got these guns down here and they killing them up. They just ain't gonna say, oh yeah, they supposed to be over there leading them along. They Americans. Nah, they ain't gonna do that. They gonna send reinforcements. It's like Seagram say, man, you can't win for losing, man.
Southern influence reached the black Seminoles in several ways, but perhaps most nefariously through U.S. Indian agents. Nominally, the government appointed these men to protect the interests of the tribe. The appointments were largely political, however, and they easily became enmeshed in North-South issues. In the Seminoles' case, the advantage seemed to go to the slaveholding interests.
Oh yeah, it got infiltrated by them money from the North, where the abolitionists at, where they want these people to start come working in their factories. See, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. And this is a highlight too of this part 5. This Marcellus Duval. He was the man that. Okay, we just gonna listen to it.
The Southern grip on the Black Seminoles tightened irreversibly in 1844 with the appointment of Subagent Marcellus Duval. An ardent slaveholder from South Carolina, Duval clashed continually with the officers at Fort Gibson. When he learned that a colonel was leading Sunday school classes and teaching Black Seminoles to read, he said simply, "Every sensible man can see the evil of it."
These are the devil. You gotta understand the mind frame of the pirates.
Duval's interests were not just ideological. Within a year of his arrival, he was rumored to own illegally captured Black Seminoles on his plantation in Van Buren, Arkansas. It later became known that he and his brother secretly contracted with Indians to secure title to over 260 of the Maroons. In exchange, the Duval brothers were slated to receive 1/3 of the blacks, a potentially huge economic windfall.
And let me bring that back. That's the play.
Duval's interests were not just ideological. Within a year of his arrival, he was rumored to own illegally captured Black Seminoles on his plantation in Van Buren, Arkansas. It later became known that he and his brother secretly contracted with Indians to secure title to over 260 of the Maroons. In exchange, the Duval brothers were slated to receive 1/3 of the blacks, a potentially huge economic windfall.
The trickster coming up with the fake paperwork, no bill of sales. But just from the fact that the label slave is put on these folks off lookership, they can play with the paperwork with the Indians. And this is during the time when the Indians, like I said before that, the Indians wasn't doing no damn owning as far as the fucking Seminoles. Wasn't no owning no niggas. We've been reading these in these past parts 2, 3, 4. There's been more examples of the niggas telling the Indians what to do. The Indians is the one, the black Indians is the ones that's in control of the situation. Like I said, they had to come up with a law to where the black Indians could no longer be part of the council of the Seminoles. They couldn't go to the council meetings no more. But this is interesting with this story right here, because this dude right here, he ended up pushing a crazy little line. I don't know if they're going to kind of get into it, but he pushed a crazy line to where he ended up trying to get the army to get the soldiers, like how they did in Florida, to be able to be slave catchers, but soldiers wasn't going for it. So he ended up paying a whole bunch of Cherokees, a whole bunch of Creeks, and got some of the Seminoles at the top that really wasn't fucking with the niggas like that to backtrack, and they brought some white boys down from Texas to run up in Wewoka. And that was he the one that pushed the button on that. You know what I'm saying? He the one that pushed that button. This dude, Marcellus Duval, he the one that pushed the button. It made us go from Wewoka to Mexico. But at that same time, I know it's some bullshit, because I already put it out there in the bills within the National Archives primary documents, where this nigga was chasing the niggas. He started paying niggas to chase the niggas down to Mexico, to go get the niggas from Mexico. But when the niggas was getting down to Texas and shit, you know what I'm saying? The niggas was trying to look for him and shit, and they was running across the white boys down there, and they come and they presented with the paperwork. The white boys like, well, shit, hold on, you got a bill of sale? You got some names, and he ain't had that. So they really was, you know what I'm saying? So they kind of had a clash right there with the dudes in Texas and him, you know what I'm saying? But he ended up getting, I don't know if he got voted up out of there or if he was just doing too much bad. He was real bad people's, man, and, you know what I'm saying? They end up getting him up out of there, but he terrorized and he pushed a crazy line for the time that he was down. You know what they say, when he come down 1846. The time that he was down, he really tried to make things happen. As you see, what nigga just started getting motherfucking slaved on this plantation in Arkansas. Nigga, he from South Carolina. He didn't even bring no niggas with him. This fake paperwork. Nigga talking about he a lawyer, slick talker. And that's what's going on. We got a prime example. Nigga was said he was mad at the niggas for teaching the niggas how to read. This nigga Marcellus Duval, one of the busters ever.
Duval dedicated himself to stirring up political outrage about the Black Seminoles in Washington. A prolific writer, he fired off angry letters to anyone who would listen: newspaper editors, Southern politicians, government bureaucrats. In one of his letters to President Polk, he ominously warned against any attempt to classify the blacks as free. The consequences of the subject going into Congress anyone can foresee, and I desire to avert the calamitous excitement which it would cause, shaking the Union to its center, a perfect firebrand to be thrown among the discordant and combustible materials on the floor of Congress.
They can't fathom that because they've been moving in a certain way for so long that any black can get it. Any black. You seen the movie 12 Years a Slave? They just snatched a nigga up. Don't matter where a nigga at. Don't matter where they found the nigga at. This going back way before the 12 Years a Slave though. It's just it's just the ideology. That it don't matter where you from, where you at. You a black, you have no rights, man. You the devil. You a heathen. Where your master at? But at the same time, they come across hard fighting black Indians. Where one of they guys said, well, shit, man, we ain't tripping no more. We ain't fighting y'all no more. We finna set y'all out west of the Mississippi. Y'all gonna be the first welfare babies. Y'all ain't gotta do nothing. We're gonna get the food and everything for y'all. Everything gonna be good. Because y'all definitely ain't gonna work for us. Y'all gonna cause problems. Y'all gonna kill up. Y'all gonna run away. Y'all gonna rebel at every turn. Y'all been doing it. So now we got people like this that's still standing on the fact, on the slave tip, trying to get the money though. Be a money goer off the races. But it just to show you that it be fake paperwork that a nigga just come in and be like, oh yeah, I own them. Them my runaway. Where the nigga gonna get. Matter of fact, the nigga done swindled the Indians. And got them thinking that they own the nigga. And that they can make a deal and say, oh yeah, 200 going over here. 90 going with you, 60 going over here. Man, stop, man. Y'all niggas wasn't doing that down in Florida. What y'all talking about? Matter of fact, the Chiefs was getting smoked that they was coming too close to the black Indians with that goofy shit.
In another letter to the president, Duval argued that Jessup's proclamation of freedom had been illegal. He then restated a familiar line of pro-slavery reasoning, adding that even if the proclamation were legal, such a notion was unthinkable because it threatened the stability of the South. By emancipating these slaves, had we the right to do so, an inducement would be held out to all slaves in our Southern community in time of war to take part with our enemies until some general should see proper to buy them off with promises of freedom.
The them is they folks. Because all of them ain't from across the water.
Duval's actions were as dangerous as his words. Under the Seminole subagent's watch, slaving parties passed freely over the Reservation Creek and Seminole parties, but also white speculators from Arkansas. Despite the Army's best efforts, a number of black Seminoles were captured. Well-known victims included John Horse's sister, Juana, who lost 2 of her children to Cyrus Hardridge, a notorious Creek slaver.
Man, long live Warner. And the kids that got caught up in the slavery. Now we don't know where their family at. We don't know where the family at. Niggas got family out there somewhere and they don't even know who their family is. Talking about they gonna try to put some old goofy ass term on them and call they some orphans. Nah, ain't no fucking orphans, bitch ass nigga. Niggas was enslaving and taking the children from the family. Niggas really got family members that was enslaved while niggas was out here in the Indian Territory that was on plays like this. Be tripping with them lines like that. I might have to do it a little different.
Justice for the black pioneers was hard to find on the western frontier. In March 1848, for example, the Army exposed a Cherokee kidnapping ring. The female gang leader was brought to trial, but the judge dismissed all charges. John Horse appealed directly to General Jessup.
Been tripping on a little shit like this. I'm playing. If they gonna pay this. I ain't even gonna play it. That's crazy. But the other day, 3 of our people were stolen. More than a month had passed and have not yet been recovered. One of the principals in this theft has been placed before the law. And from some cause or other, she have been let go. Some say there is no law against stealing Negroes. Come on, it's crazy. In a letter to Jessup dated June 10th, 1848, probably dictated to a soldier at Fort Gibson, John Horse continued his limit. We have great many enemies. We have great many enemies. Still to this day. Great many who think only of doing us injuries. Hating ass niggas. Many who fabricate false claims and who for a few good or a little whiskey make false titles to our great annoyance. We are much annoyed. Our people carried away, and our horses subject for many bad persons, bad peoples. These niggas is bad peoples. Niggas been calling niggas bad peoples for hundreds of years, nigga. These niggas being bad peoples. So that we are now reduced to great poverty. Hoe ass niggas, man. Nigga put a crazy blitz on niggas. It's fucked up, man. Niggas lost to these hoe ass niggas. These niggas hoes. And they being bad peoples.
In June, the situation reached a climax on the national stage. 2 years earlier, the Creeks had referred the legal status of the Black Seminoles to the U.S. Attorney General. They did this under the special provision of their 1845 treaty. Presidents Tyler and Polk both managed to delay the ruling, fearing its political consequences. Finally, in June of 1848, Polk let his attorney general speak.
Ain't no fucking legal status, you goofy ass, bitch ass niggas. Talking about legal status. Yeah, that's some shit, nigga. Y'all niggas done talked about, nigga. We ain't agreeing to none of that. Niggas talking about the political consequences, nigga. Them niggas already know the political consequences. Once it go up, niggas gonna have to spend $2.1 billion, nigga, to calm this shit down. They don't want to do that again. But they definitely pressed the button, though, and did something.
The question before U.S. Attorney General John Y. Mason * was whether the blacks who surrendered under Jessup's proclamation were legally free. At the very least, were they free to live under traditional Seminole customs, without fear of being sold? Jessup, Cocucci, and most of the black Seminoles held this position. Duval, the Creeks, and Southern lawmakers contended that the black Seminoles were slaves in revolt. As such, they were property, and even a general at war could not liberate another man's property. ****.
That's crazy. They be talking online, and there be niggas that be sounding like Duval, the Creeks, and the Southern lawmakers. And I'm still holding the line for the black Seminoles. Believe that, man. Long live Wildcat, man. Real. Because he pushed the major line also. For the folks.
Mason, a Southerner, was a temporary appointment as Attorney General. Polk placed him in office between the terms of two Northern appointees. His only significant ruling during a brief tenure was on the status of the Black Seminoles. Mason ruled for the South. My opinion is that the military authorities should be instructed to restore the Negroes to the condition in which they were with the Seminoles, prior to the date of Major General Jessup's letter of the 8th of April, 1846. Completely sidestepping Jessup's 1838 proclamation, Mason ruled that the black Seminoles were property. This meant that their owners, or those who successfully claimed to be their owners, could dispose of them at will.
Yeah, nigga, he trying to get the money too. He a cutthroat pirate with a suit on. And best believe everything he talking about is pseudo. All this is pseudo. What they saying is pseudo. They making it up. And niggas are saying that I'm pseudo. And niggas can't read between the con man. Niggas can't see the con man language. To see through the con man language, you gotta be pulled up and rolled up. You know I'm so glad that you showed up. The comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Jessup felt utterly betrayed. He had extended the promise of freedom to the Black Seminoles on his own authority as the war's commanding officer. Now, 10 years after the fact, the country was going back on its word. Polk and Mason had violated Jessup's personal honor and the honor of the Army. When the War Department asked for advice on how best to return the Black Seminoles to bondage, Jessup replied with a terse, angry note. Genl Jessup, considering that his personal honor is involved, declines any opinion as to the manner of returning Negroes, whom he considers entitled to their freedom, to slavery.
You know what's so funny about that also? Because when niggas was down there in Texas, and them niggas didn't want to give them no more money, and they was talking about basically they had to go to the Indian Territory, but the niggas, I guess the interior, wasn't trying to fund the trip. They wasn't trying to send no more food. So the niggas in Texas was like, nigga, y'all need to take these niggas where y'all found the niggas from, nigga. And then take these niggas back to Florida. Nigga said that.
Overnight, Mason had wiped out the freedom of more than 280 Black Seminoles. Even John Horse's family was in dire jeopardy. His wife Susan was now subject to the claims of an Indian master, Nellie Factor, who also claimed Susan's children. Worse still, Factor had sold all her claims to Creek traders. For the first time in their lives, Susan and her children faced the prospect of plantation slavery. They could be sold anywhere to another Indian in the territory, to white men in Arkansas, to traders who would sell them south, forcing an anguished separation. John Horse and his wife were not alone in their agony. Across the Black Seminole community, family members and loved ones were facing the darkest prospects of their lives.
For the first time in their lives, they was gonna be slaves. They was found in America and Florida. They were saying even not too long ago that the interior of Florida was not explored like that. So, man, this is a fucked up situation where we seeing a prime example history of people being found and their family is the first generations of probably being in slavery. These is black people in America, and they never seen slavery in their life before. This is also a way that the government is doing backdoor deals with these Indians and saying, well, since these niggas is already around, y'all, that's property, and you can sell them like this. Really, not even the owner, but because they got the backing of the government and police, they can round up a nigga and say damn near basically of a nigga in jail type shit, nigga going fed. The same situation. But they just put the slave thing on there just because a nigga black, and it's like, yeah, nigga, you a slave, nigga come from Africa. Hold on, we really got to look at this. We ain't seeing that. We seeing that nigga just found in Florida. We got these people during this same time frame writing on the census saying that they born in Florida. You know, they always putting out Negro Abraham was born in Georgia. But these ain't family members that's putting out this information. These just people that's doing college papers, college reports, niggas doing homework assignments, and there's nothing to that because they doing deep dives, and we appreciate the deep dives. We really do. I ain't no hater on that. But they don't know the back story. They don't know the family. They don't know how things went on the turf. So you only just gonna get so much from those folks. You know what I'm saying? You only just gonna get so much. Just like I say, I'm gonna go on and show the little thing, but it's like I say, I can't show too much stuff yet until some come out that my people just working with these one peoples with. So he been doing a lot of deep dive and getting some good information. I just don't want to put his work out there yet until he put his work out there.
Defying national orders, the Army tacitly supported the blacks. Officers were told to disarm the Maroons and return them to Seminole owners. The officers stalled. Over the summer, they used procedural tactics to delay handing over the 286 blacks who claimed freedom under Jessup's proclamation. In November, the company commander even brought additional blacks under Army protection, including many not covered by the proclamation.
So we got the dude, so we got the new agent, whoever the dude that's calling the shots now that's going over Jessup's head. It's like I say, this is nothing but a passage for these people to gain wealth. This is nothing but a passage for these people to gain wealth and how they can flip and change the law and do things and make up paperwork, make up history about people as far as who these people are, who, what, as far as what's going on with them. And just like I say, it goes back to these generals and these people in these armies during this time. Most of these people gain large plantations. They gain large work bases, and the work bases come from the natives that they enslaving, the natives from their land. And this is nothing but a later date of examples of how the conquistadors was getting down with the Spanish when they first was exploring areas and doing what they was doing, was able to build up wealth and build up the cities with the indigenous people. And I'm saying that it's a lot of indigenous Maroons that got caught up in the twist of America, which they was found in America, but get caught up in the twist of the slavery and the general blanket being labeled as far as what they gonna label a black person or the devil. You already know what I'm going to with it. And I'm gonna keep on iterating that because it gotta be iterated. I haven't played this one yet.
Defying national orders, the army tacitly supported the blacks.
Oh yeah, I did play this.
Officers were told to The army set December 22, 1848, as the day for handing over the Maroons. The deadline came and went. Harsh weather was the excuse this time. But the officers could not delay forever. At a January meeting with anxious Indians, General William Belknap set a final deadline for transfer in April. The general admonished the Indians to treat their slaves well and not to sell them. The army was now trying to enforce by dictum the same lenient Seminole customs that had provoked 2 wars and the wrath of Andrew Jackson.
The nigga said, don't sell them because we coming through to take them. Because we got some people up north that's going to buy them for triple the price of what these niggas in the south talking about. These niggas up, these white boys up north, these niggas going to buy them for triple the number. Make sure you don't sell them. These niggas is crazy. Talking about some maroons. Talking about a final deadline, April. They had to gain confidence and they had to gain up a lot of soldiers because they already knew what time it was. They knew it was going to be a tough fight. They didn't want to go in on no suicide mission. But niggas gotta understand, niggas ain't in Florida no more. It's a whole different terrain.
The blacks were not handed over immediately, but that winter they received another blow: the death of Micanopy. From Florida to the west, the chief had been a great friend to the Maroons. While Micanopy lived, Cocucci and the traditionalists maintained a measure of official power. Shortly after his death, however, Cocucci lost his bid to become head chief. Instead, the tribe selected Jim Jumper, the leader of the pro-Creek, pro-slavery faction. Jumper was no friend to the black Seminoles. In fact, he had been working in tandem with Marcellus Duval to obtain titles to them and reduce them to chattel slavery.
Jumper and them come from Alabama. I'm trying to tell you, these are late Seminoles. They're not the ancient Seminoles. The ancient Floridian black people is the ancient Seminoles, the Cimarrones, Maroons, the indigenous Maroon communities. These are new people that just coming in. You gotta understand. Long live Micanopy. They say him and Abraham was tied at the hip. He listened to Abraham. This goes back to because he come from up under King Payne and come up under Cow Keeper and all them, which they was locked in with the Yamasees, being locked in with the Yamasees, merged all that. They being tight. Wildcat come from up under this. I done already put out the primary sources where they talking about Wildcat down there when they was down there in Texas, where they said that Wildcat told them this is coming from up top from Micanopy, that the blacks raised with us, they with us, being with us, it's one. Ain't no different. See, and that's why the elders be like, man, stop saying black Seminoles, stop saying black. They say you Seminole because they didn't get down like that a long time ago. They was just Seminoles. That's why when I play Aunt Bessie Payne, long live Aunt Bessie Payne, and she say, when they questioning her in the 1890s, and they say, hold on, you look like a damn African. She say, hold on, I'm Seminole. Seminole in my blood. I'm a Seminole. You know what I'm saying? This goes back to the connection with the ancient Floridians. That this group of people that was tied, that came in and showed major love. Other people came in on some other shit, but got to give it up to Micanopy. I got to give it up to Wildcat. I got to. I got to give it up to Osceola. I got to give it up to them because they put it down in a major way. And they was fucking with the niggas. And they spoke up for the niggas. And they was saying that niggas is these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas is them niggas, man. Them niggas are Seminole. Real though. And that's documented. Primary.
With Jumper's election, speculation in black Seminoles suddenly ran rampant. By April, 2/3 of the black community had been promised or sold either to whites or to slaveholding Indians from other tribes. Families and communities were put to auction, often on spurious claims. Some titles were sold for as little as a bottle of whiskey.
Come on, man, stop this. Down, pay my peoples.
Slavers in Little Rock and Fort Smith waited anxiously, watching the ferries cross the Arkansas River to make sure that black Seminoles didn't escape from the territory. Around this time, Marcellus Duval became especially greedy. He informed the chiefs that 90 slaves would not be enough to compensate for his exertions. He would require more.
For his extortions. I tell you, nigga, these is con, man. These is extortion tactics. Niggas talk about it because the nigga got a lawyer stamp. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that lawyer stamp, nigga. Niggas are goofy. And a nigga doing whole shit. But I see what he doing it for. The nigga doing it for the bread. Man, the fake paper, man, the fake shit been going on. It's like I said, for the love of the bread, that we're gonna be able to get this off to the peoples up north for a whole crazy number. Niggas don't be understanding what be going on, man. Like I say, man, you gotta be pulled up and rolled up, man.
John Horse had escaped the strongest prison in Florida, but he could not escape the U.S. legal system. When the April deadline approached, the black Seminoles finally left the protection of the fort. They refused, however, to settle near the Indians who were claiming them. Instead, under John Horse's leadership, most of the blacks settled at Woka Creek, Barking Waters. There, they founded an all-black community on the site of the present-day town of Woka. Woka is now the home of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma.
Man, shout out to Woka, man, home of the Tigers, man, for real though, man. My grandma down there right now. And niggas be playing, man. Nigga been going to Woka all my life. One time they used to be calling Woka Little Chicago. Used to go down on Cedar Street. Man, this is crazy. Then niggas, how niggas, oh, yeah, niggas slaves in Oklahoma. Nigga, that's why we trying. Niggas ain't no slaves in Oklahoma, man. All this old goofy ass shit niggas be trying to put out there, man. That shit ain't going on, man. Ain't none of that in a nigga family where niggas like, oh yeah, we was over here at this plantation. I don't even know about no plantations in goddamn Oklahoma. But like I said, we got to read between the lines when they say they refused. However, they didn't even settle near to the niggas that said they was claiming. How these niggas, they slave owners, and these niggas ain't listening to the niggas that's, nigga like, yeah, you supposed to be over here by me. And nigga like, nigga, fuck you, I'm going over here. Like, come on, man. Like, we got to make this make sense, man. Just like I say, man, just because a nigga put it on paperwork, oh yeah, this my slave, that shit don't mean shit, nigga. For real though. That's what them niggas wrote up, nigga. That's what them niggas agreed on, nigga. That's some old backdoor pirate shit, nigga. On the fact.
Most importantly, at Woka the Black Seminoles refused to give up their arms. And the army, despite repeated requests from Marcellus Duval, refused to disarm them. Over the coming months, white and Indian slavers tried to raid the Woka settlement, but under John Horse's leadership, the armed blacks drove them away. Marcellus Duval was furious, demanding that John Horse should have been whipped at least for one incident. Tensions were escalating. The situation could not last. Around this time, Kokuchi and John Horse hit on an idea for resurrecting the traditional African Seminole alliance, but with a new twist. For several years, Kokuchi had dreamed of forming a confederation of Plains Indians, Eastern tribes, and fugitive blacks to resist white incursions on the Western territories. The idea may have first come to him during the winter of 1845–46, when he served on a U.S. peace mission to the Plains. By 1849, Kokuchi was envisioning the Western tribes united with relocated Eastern Indians and blacks in a traditionalist alliance. It was a Western version of the dream that Tecumseh brought to Florida in Kokuchi's youth. Kokuchi originally thought that his confederation could be based in the Indian Territory. When he lost his bid to head the Seminoles, however, he looked further south. Mexico was trying to lure military colonists to its sparsely populated northern frontier. The country wanted settlers to defend the north from Indian raids. In exchange for civil defense, Mexico was offering land, provisions, and tools. If Kokuchi saw a chance to revive Seminole traditions in Mexico, the Black Seminoles saw much more. Mexico had outlawed slavery in 1829 under President Vicente Guerrero, the revolutionary leader of mixed African, Indian, and Spanish ancestry. From that time on, hundreds of fugitive slaves had escaped into Mexico in an improvised version of the Underground Railroad. Slavery had threatened the Black Seminoles from Florida to Oklahoma. In Mexico, they might finally find legal freedom.
Man, shout out to who this dude the President Guerrero. That's a nigga. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that dude.
Quietly, John Horse and Cocucci spread the word of their new plan. Marcellus Duval was set to leave the territory on a mission to Florida in late October. The Allies bided their time. Finally, one evening in November, with Duval safely gone, they seized the opportunity. Cocucci and John Horse gathered up 200 allies. Riding in separate groups, the blacks and Indians fled the territory, heading south for Mexico. Cocucci bid death to anyone who tried to stop them.
On the nation. He couldn't take it no more. And they ain't let him be chief. Crash out.
The Allies crossed the Red River, the dividing line between Texas and Oklahoma, and rode south onto the frontier. By January, they were camping on Cow Bayou near present-day Waco, planting corn for the winter. The presence of a nearby Texas Ranger company scared them off, however, and they headed west before harvesting the corn crop.
Growing corn. Growing corn. Same thing they was doing down in Florida, doing down in Florida. Corn, melons, beans, squash, pumpkins, sugar cane.
The Allies next camped in Comanche country on the Llano River outside of Fredericksburg, Texas. Most likely, the Comanches were allies at this point. Few groups would have dared stay in the region had the situation been otherwise. The eastern Comanches, who lived on the Texas frontier, may have been especially drawn to Cocucci's vision of a confederation for self-defense against encroaching whites. For reasons not entirely clear, the Seminoles bolted from Comanche country sometime in May or June, again leaving crops in the ground. One reason for the hasty exit may have been tensions with the Comanches. Understandably, the lords of the southern plains were not pleased when they learned that the Seminoles had agreed to defend Mexico from Los Indios Barbaros, a class of outlaws that prominently included the Comanches themselves. The first recorded conflict between the groups did not take place for another month, in July of 1850, but it is possible that tensions developed earlier. Black Seminole oral tradition offers a more colorful explanation for the sudden exit. According to the tradition, the Allies fled because of an incident in a bar in Fredericksburg. A drunken Cocucci decided to sell some of his black allies to the patrons of the establishment. Later that night he was caught stealing the allies back, which forced a sudden mass exodus from the plains.
42 fake. 42 fake. Wildcat. So the Cedar Street moved down. Some of that Cedar Street gang.
Whatever the reason, the Allies fled south. On July 6, they emerged from the wilderness at present-day Las Moras Springs. Ragged, exhausted, and half-starved, they met up with a party of soldiers under Major John T. Sprague, their former enemy from Florida and author of the first scholarly history of the Second Seminole War. The major fed the Allies and shared liquor with the chiefs. He then issued Cocucci a pass to proceed to Fort Duncan in Eagle Pass where, as fate would have it, the refugees met another writer.
And you know, it's funny, they're going to say that this dude, John T. Spriggs, is the first scholarly history of the Second Seminole War. And that's not correct. For the fact that I brought you to Meyer M. Cohen. Meyer M. Cohen was the first book that was written right after the Seminole Second War, and he was within the Army also. That's the book where I show where they say that the Yamasees are black people in the Oklahoma, and how they connected the because really Cowkeeper painting them and Micanopy, they are Alachuchi or Alapuchi or whatever that is, whatever that section is in Northeast Florida, Southwest Georgia, Southeast Alabama. They coming from that area and coming down. And but just like I say, he's not the first scholarly history. Just like I said, if you ain't reading between the lines and know, you would just take that because they'll try to say that Cohen is pseudo. They'll try to say Cohen is pseudo, but he was a officer within the Army and was down there fighting in Florida. And Spriggs was too, but he wasn't the first.
Cora Montgomery, aka Jane McManus Storms Casno, was a journalist temporarily residing in Eagle Pass with her husband. An ardent promoter of U.S. expansionism, she was credited with coining the phrase "manifest destiny." Montgomery happened to be at Fort Duncan on the day that John Horse and Cocucci rode in off the plains. From the broken ground in a direction that we knew was untraversed by any but the wild and hostile Indians, came forth a long procession of horsemen. Some reasonably well-mounted Indians circled round a dark nucleus of female riders, who seemed objects of special care. But the long straggling rear guard was worth seeing. Such an array of all manners and sizes of animals, mounted by all ages, sexes and sizes of Negroes, piled up to a most bewildering height, on and among such a promiscuous assemblage of blankets, babies, cooking utensils, and savage traps, in general, never were or could be held together on horseback by any beings on earth but themselves and their red brothers.
Man,
Complete excerpt.
it's a sad case for the red brothers. Them back doors, they black brothers. For the white immigrants with the I am. With the I am. It's a code, It's a cold game. Just like I showed the pain down there in the Yucatan. Down there where Cortez first was taking over the Mexico City area. You had to get at the Yucatan first over there. And Veracruz and then the Tabasco area. And I showed the drawing picture. Had the red and black Indian off the top. With that firewire. Got these niggas' eyes twisted like a motherfucker. Gone. Smoked out. Straight smoked out. Small technical issues real quick.
The Allies camped near Fort Duncan, awaiting permission to cross into Mexico. Within days, however, word reached them that a party of slavers was heading their way. Stealing from the fort in the dead of night, the Allies once again separated into two groups, Indians and blacks. The black Seminoles made their way to a crossing near El Morro, Mexico. The river was high. 8 decades later in 1930, Becky Simmons, a member of the first party to cross, recalled the event. "I never would forget dat time. Chulin's about to cry out 'cause day is sleepy and de Olin's scared dat day is going to start ablin' out before we can get over." The men lashed together logs to make rafts. Like their ancestors on the Sewanee 3 decades earlier, they ferried the women and children across the river. By daybreak, the epic journey was over.
And I think I need to start repping the Swanee. And I need to start saying chilling. Like my ancestors say, chilling with the CHULLUNS. The chillins. And my folks right there, man. Long live Becky Simmons. Holding it down in a major way, man. Was one of the women, man, that was able to survive all the treachery and the terroristic acts. A lot of family members lost. A lot of family members killed. A lot of family members enslaved. They were some of the strongest women to ever survive. The women survived. Gotta give it up to them, man. I want to give a shout out. Long live my Aunt Dorsey. This year, she was the oldest Abraham living. Past this year, man. Long live Aunt Dorsey, man. That's on the fact, man.
The Sewanee in 1818, the Canadian in 1838, the Rio Grande in 1850. Once again, the Black Seminoles had crossed a river to freedom. John Horse had been there each time as a boy routed from his home, a warrior seeking peace, and a man taking desperate measures to save his community. Would there be more rivers to cross, or would this be the last?
Come on, man. There's the Swanee boys, Canadian boys, the Rio Grande boys. What you want? Black Seminole. Real. Oh.
When he wrote his history of the Black Seminoles in 1858, the anti-slavery Congressman Joshua Giddings knew few details of their fate in Mexico. Nonetheless, he celebrated their victory over American slavery in characteristically ringing prose. Forcibly torn from their native land, oppressed, wronged, and degraded, they became voluntary exiles from South Carolina and Georgia. More recently exiled from Florida and from the territory of the United States, they are yet free. After the struggles and persecutions of 150 years, they repose in comparative quiet under a government which repudiates slavery. To the pen of some future historian we consign their subsequent history.
It's like I said yesterday, we gotta watch the sword, we gotta watch the double edge. We gotta watch the double edge from the abolitionists, or whatever they call them people. The slave activists, the anti-slave activists. The slave liberators, because they will try to tell our story and will try to put one story on all the people. They'll try to put one family story on all the black family people's story, and we ain't doing that. Because once again, I was pointing out the other days, how they just try to say that, yeah, all, just like how they just tried to say, just like he just tried to say, right here where it says, they became voluntary exiles from South Carolina and Georgia. They saying majority. When they say that, they saying majority of these blacks is coming from these areas, not from the plantations in Florida. And me and the ancestors going against that. Niggas is coming way from East Carolina, Southeast Georgia, just to go to West Florida when they could have went to California. When they could have went to Canada. But they went back to their homelands. These particular people. So just like I said, we gotta watch the abolitionists, slave liberators, the anti-slave. Because they will try to tell our story for us. And they'll seem like in the public, they'll lightweight be more credible than the own people telling their own story. Shit crazy.
The day after the crossing, the Black Seminoles and their Indian allies headed for Piedras Negras to present themselves to the Mexican commander. As they rode across the plains that morning, freedom was in their grasp. It had been a long journey. In the group that day were refugees from the plantations of Georgia and South Carolina, freeborn Seminole Negroes from Florida, women who had sheltered families through 2 wars, veterans who had killed U.S. soldiers in battle and befriended them in peace. There were youths who could dimly recall Florida, and younger children who knew only the turmoil of the Indian Territory. That morning, a new horizon opened before them all, a land of deserts, mountains, unknown friends, and unforeseen enemies. Would this new land be a cradle of freedom, or merely another place of exile?
Reborn Seminole Negroes. We gotta keep iterating that because the narrative, there was not no black found in America by Europeans. All blacks was brought over here to America by Europeans. And if they are found in America, they're runaways from a European. We can't win for losing. We cannot win for losing. Now, hold on. I want to. Okay, now. Nah, vision it came up here. Okay, it ain't came up yet. I ain't tripping. Here we go. If I can get through this tonight.
In the final decades of John Horse's life, the Black Seminoles and their leader realized a legacy as pioneers of American liberty. In northern Mexico, Texas slave raiders and vengeful Plains Indians paved a hard road to freedom. At the same time, the Black Seminoles had their greatest impact on U.S. history, in absentia, when their case offered a precedent for the emancipation of the Southern slaves. After the U.S. Civil War, despite success in the Mexican Army, John Horse returned to Texas, where his followers played a key role in pacifying the frontier. But the Black Seminoles soon found themselves once again on the wrong side of an American border. Narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, John Horse returned to Mexico. From there, he set out in 1882 on his final journey to try and secure a homeland for his people.
Niggas still got backdoored even when the nigga in Mexico is a nigga too. The nigga still end up getting knocked off on that nigga watch. Shit crazy. Long live John Horse. Long live John Horse. Oh yeah, they also said something on that other one where they said that the people from their native land, yeah, we from here. If I missed that, definitely get it on the playback and see that.
The Mexican period of Black Seminole history officially began July 12, 1850, when 309 Black Seminoles, and Kickapoos crossed the Rio Grande and presented themselves to the local military commander in Piedras Negras, across the river from Eagle Pass, Texas. Cocuchi had already made preliminary negotiations with the Mexicans for land in exchange for the Allies' services. The commander at Piedras Negras gave the immigrants provisional permission to stay while awaiting formal confirmation from Mexico City. As they had in Florida and the Indian Territory, the blacks and Indians split into separate communities. The blacks temporarily settled at El Moral, 20 miles north of Piedras Negras. Emphasizing their separateness, the Black Seminoles received their own distinct Spanish name, Los Muskogos. The etymology is unknown but almost certainly derived from Muskogee, the old Native American term used to describe members of the Creek Confederacy, from which the Seminoles had seceded in Florida. The emigrants subsisted on rations, having arrived too late to plant crops. Their situation was still fortunate compared to the plight of their companions back in the Indian Territory.
The Spanish know who the Black Indians is. The Spanish is the first people to deal with the Black Indians in West India. That the Spanish king called West India. And we got the Spanish people calling these Black Indians Muskogee, which is just like that's just like how John Horse had went to the government in 1844 and said, hold on, we need our land grants, we need our money because we are separate from the Creek. You part of the Muskogee. That's the Muskogee part. That's the Muskogee part of the people, man. But now they'll try to take the term and say they ain't got nothing to do with the people. But why is people in Mexico, as soon as they see the folks, they already recognize them who they are? Oh yeah, y'all the Muskogee. Yeah, we already know. We know your grandma and we know your great great grandpa and them. Yeah, we know them already. We know y'all. Y'all look just like them niggas.
When John Horse fled the Indian Territory in 1849, 4/5 of the Black Seminoles remained behind. These 400 members of the community stayed for a range of reasons, most likely including fear of attempting the exodus, skepticism about their prospects in Mexico, and ties to individual Seminole masters. Unfortunately for those who stayed, Black-Indian relations became more tense in the wake of John Horse's departure. A faction of Creek and Seminole slaveholders, incensed by the flight, continued to petition the army to disarm the remaining Maroons.
Shout out to the Maroons. So you see how they keep on inflating the numbers, playing with the numbers. Now 400 stayed back. 300 and something went down there. That's like 7 something. But then they're gonna try to say, yeah, only 500 came out here. Yeah, come on, man. You need to be saying anything with the forked tongue. Now this is what I really want to highlight, which I highlighted on some of the other ones, of why I said what I said in the title.
Marcellus Duval, the government subagent to the Seminoles, stoked the Black Indian tensions. Duval was continually at odds with the commanding officers at Fort Gibson, whom he viewed as having aided and abetted John Horse's flight. Since 1847, Duval had been working with his brother, an attorney, to help Indians gain title to individual Black Seminoles. Duval and his brother stood to gain title to as many as 90 Black Seminoles in compensation for their work. After John Horse's flight, Seminole slaveholders asked Duval to work for them to pursue recovery of the fugitives. Duval wrote the Commissioner of Indian Affairs asking him to issue arrest orders. His letter resurrected an old argument that the Black Seminole colony would provide a dangerous harbor for runaway slaves and destroy the safety of the frontier.
So we got to read between the lines again. We got to read between the lines again. Since 1847, Duval been working with his brother, an attorney, to help Indians gain title to individual black Seminoles. That means that he have a pseudo paperwork. He have pseudo paperwork to be able to get ownership of the black Seminoles to where it'll be able to pass in court. We got a real live snake oilsman, a snake oil salesman. We got a real live snake oil salesman. That's getting rich off fake bill of sales and fake paperwork. And they putting it right back in our face. You gotta be able to read between the lines.
Second Exodus slide ticker. Meanwhile, the Maroons in the Indian Territory were increasingly vulnerable to slaving parties, which Duval made little attempt to prevent and most likely encouraged. The situation reached a crisis point in June when Creek slavers kidnapped one of the most prominent black leaders, Jim Bowlegs. General Belknap rescued Bowlegs, but the Maroon evidently had seen enough of Arkansas. A short time after his capture, a party of Creek and white slavers rode on the black settlement at Woka to take forcible possession of a number of Negroes. Many blacks were taken prisoner, but according to Captain F.T. Dent, a large number of the Negroes, about 180, had not been taken, and were en route for Texas, armed and bidding defiance to any person or persons who shall attempt to take them. This party, I am informed, is commanded by Jim Bowlegs, a slave of Billy Bowlegs, now in Florida. A second major exodus to Mexico, reportedly larger than John Horse's, was underway.
Long live Jim Bowlegs. And it's funny, you see how they just try to disrespect the black man because he got to be up under somebody within their society. He the slave to Billy Bowlegs, even though Billy Bowlegs is in Florida. But they'll put that on paperwork that Billy Bowlegs is his owner. It's crazy. It's crazy. They keep using the word maroon. They don't use the word African a lot. But the word maroon gets used a lot. That's why it's multi-maroon American, MMAV note. For real. Just to take possession forcibly. The cold game. Going federal. The whole family going federal. Just for being black.
Even as Bowlegs and an alleged 180 followers were making their way south, Kokuchi was heading north, returning to the Indian Territory to entice more allies to Mexico. News reports in Texas raised alarms about Kokuchi's plans. Papers as far away as New York claimed that the Seminole chief had 800 followers ready to commit depredations on the Texas frontier. Kokuchi fueled speculation by variously saying he had 600 or 1,600 followers, claims he probably made to scare enemies as much as encourage recruits. Like an astute politician, he described his mission differently depending on his audience. For Kickapoos, he conjured the vision of a confederation of Indians and blacks in Mexico. For Anglos and Mexicans, he marketed the services of a military colony that could defend them against the Plains tribes and the too near approaches of the common foe, the savage Comanches. Creek and Seminole slaveholders in the Indian Territory feared Kokuchi would inspire yet another mass exodus of blacks. Creek chief Rollie McIntosh was one of the territory's wealthiest slave owners. Like the corrupt subagent Duval, McIntosh stood to profit from the capture and sale of black Seminoles. And like Duval, he was prone to writing letters of complaint to General Belknap and other military commanders. Now he, Kokuchi, come back with enticing news and want to carry his people in that nation, and the Negroes, he told them if they emigrate to that country, they will all be freed by the government. This is good news to the Negroes. I am told some are preparing to go. Wildcat, Kokuchi's name in English, held council with his people, bade this talk with them. McIntosh ordered the arrest of Kokuchi and sent agents after him, but ultimately the Creeks allowed him to leave unhindered. The wily Seminole chief may have kept them at bay with reports of a large force of Indian allies south of the Canadian River. Kokuchi induced 40 men and their families, perhaps 100 people in all, most of them black, to leave the territory. Given the 180 people riding with Jim Bowlegs, these refugees would have added considerably to the exodus. But the fugitives were about to encounter a major obstacle.
Once again, long live Wildcat. Long live Jim Bowlegs. Gotta look between the lines once again. Got them immigrating. EM. They not going to a foreign country, a foreign land. This is within their homeland. You gotta read between the lines.
Comanches attacked the black Seminole refugees as they headed for Mexico. At unknown locations south of the Indian Territory, Comanche warriors captured between 60 and 100 blacks under Jim Bowlegs. The Comanches ransomed their prisoners to Creek warriors who had ridden after the fugitives. When the blacks tried to resist their Creek holders, many were wounded. Dr. Rodney Glisson noted their miserable condition in his journal on October 23, 1850, when he saw the cortege file past Fort Arbuckle on its way back to Indian Territory.
Hey, that's messed up. We lost a battle right there. And once again, we got a example where they're showcasing where they terrorizing and enslaving the natives just because they're black. This ain't have nothing, and they thinking that they from Africa. No, they not from Africa. They from here. They from the natives. They are tribal members. Was tribal members. This is treason, terroristic acts, and we need to have reparations.
Comanches continued to attack scattered groups of Black Seminole refugees over the ensuing months. A group of 50 to 100 Black Seminoles who had started with Jim Bowlegs eventually made it to Mexico. The rest were either killed or captured and sold into slavery. In a report from 1852, Captain Randolph B. Marcy described meeting two mutilated Black Seminole girls who were the only survivors of a maroon party that Comanches had put to death. A Delaware trader ransomed the girls from the Comanches. He told Marcy that the Indians had scraped the girls' skins to see how deep the color went and burned them with live coals to ascertain whether fire produced the same sensations of pain as with their own people. As Captain Marcy noted in his report, the Comanches had strategic reasons for attacking the Black refugees. By the fall of 1850, Comanche bands had skirmished with the Seminole allies stationed in Mexico. It was clear that the Blacks and Indians with Cocuche were going to be enemies of the Comanches, not allies in a pan-Indian confederation.
Okay, so we got some enemies. It's all good. Everybody ain't gonna always have love. But best believe, nigga, we don't love no Comanches, nigga. Right.
The Comanches had another incentive for their attacks, a $50 bounty for the return of Black Seminoles, offered by the Texas Indian agent, John Rollins, with tacit approval from Texas Governor Peter H. Bell. In one of the ironies of frontier race relations, white Texans paid their most feared Indian enemies to capture Black fugitives. As individual runaways, Black Seminoles were principally the concern of those who claimed them as property. This group included Creek and Seminole slavers and the Seminole subagent Marcellus Duval, who posted reward offers for the fugitives in Texas newspapers. Collectively, the Black Seminoles threatened all of the frontier slaveholders. Slaveholders shuddered, in the words of historian Ronnie Tyler, as exaggerated newspaper accounts aroused fears that every Negro in the state would try to join the Seminole. Duval, who had helped create the hysteria, tried to use it to his advantage. He wrote Governor Bell and various military officials requesting aid in capturing the fugitives. By November 12, Army officials ordered the commander at Fort Duncan to arrest any Blacks attempting to cross south of the Rio Grande.
Once again, he pushing buttons and putting stuff out in the newspaper that they runaways, they're his slaves. You don't know none of these people. They got bad paperwork, fake paperwork, and he's saying that they gonna cause disruption within y'all plantations because all the Blacks are gonna go with them. Probably because they recognize some family.
In an interesting twist, one of the officials Duval contacted for aid was John Horse's acquaintance from Florida, General George M. Brooke, commanding the Department of Texas at San Antonio. In 1826, Brooke had christened John Horse Gopher John after the 14-year-old boy resold him the same 2 gopher tortoises each day for a week. Brooke had been sympathetic to the Seminoles in Florida, distributing rations on his own authority after a drought and petitioning the government to assist them. In late 1850, Brooke received requests from Duval and Governor Bell to send the army after the Seminole allies. Brooke refused. Duval, he wrote, had offered no proof of ownership to the blacks he claimed. To use the army in their recovery would be unprecedented. Brooke's actions were not pro-black Seminole. He did order the army to detain blacks at the border until they could prove their freedom, and he authorized the Indian agent, Rollins, to broker with the Comanches for the bounty on black Seminoles. But Brooke stood up to the ultimate requests of the slaveholders.
You see how they try to say, they try to make it like a glory story for Brooks. Like how he was fighting back towards the slave for his black friends. That's how they try to put it, but he just following the law because he know that it's a lot of pirates and cutthroats that was coming up that been doing fake paperwork going back to Florida. And they still doing it now. And he respect the black Seminoles, the way they fight, and how they get down. This was the classic one right here. Hold on.
In an interesting twist, one of the officials Duval contacted for aid was John Horse's acquaintance from Florida, General George M. Brooke, commanding the Department of Texas at San Antonio. In 1826, Brooke had christened John Horse Gopher John after the 14-year-old boy resold him the same 2 gopher tortoises each day for a week. Brooke had been sympathetic to the Seminoles in Florida, distributing rations on his own authority after a drought and petitioning the government to assist them. In late 1850, Brooke received requests from Duval and Governor Bell to send the army after the Seminole allies. Brooke refused. Duval, he wrote, had offered no proof of ownership to the blacks he claimed. To use the army in their recovery would be unprecedented. Brooke's actions were not pro-black Seminole. He did order the army to detain blacks at the border until they could prove their freedom, and he authorized the Indian agent, Rollins, to broker with the Comanches for the bounty on black Seminoles. But Brooke stood up to the ultimate requests of the slaveholders.
Shout out to Brooke. For being a real one. Say no, y'all want some.
By November 1850, most of the black Seminoles who would make it to Mexico had already arrived and were living on temporary lands at the headwaters of Rio San Rodrigo. According to black Seminole oral traditions, a few scattered parties would arrive over the coming years. Refugees from Texas slavery would also join the black Seminole ranks, but never in large numbers. Cocuche's confederation peaked in size in late 1850 with about 300 Kickapoos, 200 Seminole Indians, and 200 black Seminoles.
Best believe that.
Los Mascogos, as the Mexicans called the blacks, had already served their new government successfully in punitive raids on Apache and Comanche bands. Many more raids would follow, 3 decades of blood, as the Black Seminoles found themselves delicately situated on a border between warring nations and hostile tribes.
Best believe that them 200 Seminole Indians, they ain't full of blood that they talking about. That's a fact. Majority of them is mixed. That's a fact.
By November 1850, most of the Black Seminoles who would make it to Mexico had already arrived. While ethnic relations on the border were tense, there were occasions for congeniality. Cocucci paid friendly visits to the family of Cora Montgomery on the Texas side of the border, with John Horse in tow as his interpreter. Montgomery * documented 2 memorable encounters in Eagle Pass, or Life on the Border, published in 1852. Cocucci clearly impressed her. She described him as an Indian of loftier mold, lavishing praise on his ordered appearance, pragmatic values, and ability to understand white power. Noting that he kept his hunting camp as near our settlement as he could, she felt that his predilections were evidently with the Americans, whom he desired to serve. Montgomery was confident that the U.S. should employ the chief, Wildcat, with a regiment of dragoons and a company or 2 of mounted Texan riflemen, would sweep this region clean in a year, and leave it as dainty and secure as the Capitol grounds.
Shout out to Wildcat. Listen to Cold Line and what he do. He was definitely one of the ones that was down with us. That's for sure. We got to get love to Wildcat.
Even a black man like John Horse could participate in Texas polite society, so long as he maintained an illusory subservience. During visits to Montgomery's home, John Horse played the part by marshalling Cocucci with all ceremony, as his interpreter. Montgomery studiously described the docility she observed in Gopher John, a full-blooded Negro, whose immediate parents were from Africa. John, or as the Lapons call him, Laughing Dog, is, in all his ways, true to the records of 3,000 years of dependent servitude. He is pliant, docile, heedless of race or nationality, and only intent to serve his chief in the way he is most pleased to be served, yet no coward withal, and as generous and as light-hearted as he is thoughtless of the future. Was John Horse, the black rebel who fought the U.S. Army to a standstill and boasted of making many a white man bite the dust, really the meek, docile porter described by Montgomery? And how could she describe as thoughtless of the future a man who had repeatedly risked his life for the freedom of his family and followers, across 3 decades and as many international frontiers? The 19th century may offer few better examples of black double consciousness, or its corollary in white misperception, than this scene of John Horse, who rose to lead the largest and most successful black rebellion in U.S. history, yet was still able to reassure Cora Montgomery that deep down he was naturally subservient. While John Horse inspired fantasies of racially inherited servility in Cora Montgomery, other residents of the frontier were too familiar with his record to fall prey to such visions. As a well-armed black leader, John Horse was often subject to derision and violence. One of his most dangerous brushes with the Americans took place late in 1851. Duval had contracted Warren Adams, an experienced slave catcher, to recover the black Seminoles. Adams' reputation temporarily soared when he seized John Horse in November, after the black leader was wounded in a bar fight in Piedras Negras. Cocucci located his friend in the Eagle Pass jail. He agreed to ransom John Horse for $500 and a promise to Adams that he and John would deliver a quantity of fugitive slaves. Cocucci paid the ransom in gold coins that were covered in blood. When a medical examiner told Adams that the blood was human, the notorious slave catcher fled the region. Around the time that Adams seized the black Seminole leader, the Maroon community faced another, more widespread threat: slaveholders in Texas who wanted to annex northern Mexico. Throughout this period, there were efforts to colonize new lands for American slavery. From 1849 to 1851, Southerners backed 3 failed invasions of Cuba by Narciso Lopez, who wanted to liberate Cuba from Spain and reinstitute slavery. In the wake of Lopez's failures and execution, a secret Southern society, the Order of the Lone Star, formed in 1851 with the object of sponsoring more invasions of Cuba and exploring efforts to acquire parts of Mexico. By 1856, expansionists had tried to acquire new slavery territories from New Mexico to Nicaragua. Their goal was to bolster slavery's political power, also to find new places for economic exploitation. The expansionists were not centrally organized, and their invasions of foreign lands drew as much ire from the U.S. government as from the governments they attacked. Yet everywhere that the covert movements took shape, they found powerful allies among the slaveholding elite. The first filibustering operation to threaten the black Seminoles in Mexico was led by a Virginia-educated Mexican revolutionary named José María Jesus Carvajal. Carvajal, who was well known to Texas planters, wanted to create the independent state of Sierra Madre in the northern region of Mexico. To win slaveholders' support, he'd promised to prevent runaway slaves from escaping south into the new republic, exactly what the slaveholders wanted to hear. Texans organized armed support under the celebrated Texas Ranger John S. "Rip" Ford. A devout pro-slavery expansionist, Ford believed that creating a slaveholding republic on the border was a political necessity, a duty we owe to Texas and the South. By October, about 300 Texans, including discharged Rangers and some Army deserters, had joined Carvajal's 100 Mexican recruits in an invasion and siege of Matamoros. The insurgents held the town for 9 days but were ultimately repelled by Mexican government forces, including 60 Seminoles and Black Seminoles fighting under Cocuchi, who drove them north of the Rio Grande in mid-November. Carvajal attempted 2 subsequent invasions in 1852 and 1853, but they also failed.
Yeah, man, I also want to point out something that I didn't point out. They said that John Horse was a full-blooded. They said that his mother was African. John Horse was full-blooded Negro. But earlier they said that his father was Indian and Spanish, and his name was John Cavallo. But now they're saying he's a full-blooded Negro. Man, the double-headed snake, man. We gotta keep reading between the lines, man. That was crazy. That was a crazy pump fake.
The presence of runaway slaves in Mexico continued to attract American filibusters and slave raiders throughout the 1850s. Ford estimated that there were 4,000 runaways in northern Mexico, a situation he railed against from the pages of the Southwestern American and the Texas State Times, 2 of several newspapers he edited during the period. In private correspondence, he was equally blunt.
Now it's 4,000. They was just talking about, oh, it was 300 to 400. Now they talking about there were 4,000 runaways. Estimate. Oh, man. How they just ain't saying anything?
Something must be done for the protection of slave property in this state. Negroes are running off daily. During the past week, 7 slaves left this portion of the country. Let the frontier of slavery begin to recede, and when or where the wave of recession may be arrested, God only knows. The rhetoric from Ford and other slaveholders ultimately contributed to an infamous raid in 1855 led by Captain James H. Callahan of the Texas Rangers. The official pretext for Callahan's raid was a punitive expedition against Lipan Apaches. The actual plan appears to have been a straightforward punitive slaving expedition directed at the Black Seminoles. When Callahan's main force engaged the Allied Seminole and Mexican forces, associates under William R. Henry staged a side attack attempting to seize the Black Seminole women and children. Fortunately for the Black Seminoles, they ambushed Henry before his raid could take place. Callahan's men were forced to retreat to Piedras Negras. There, facing 700 Mexican regulars, including the Seminole allies, the Texans briefly held on before torching the town and beating an ignominious retreat across the Rio Grande.
We have another Indian slave raid that's been going on since Santa Catalina to Africa, the town of Africa. That's been going on. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. Now we got the Texas Rangers trying to get their wealth up and their plantation numbers up by going at Black Seminoles, the Maroons from Florida, the ancient Floridians, the This is another example. A slave expedition. They've been doing slave expeditions the whole time. But when they get the black man from over here, it's just a slave. There is no rights from the church aspect of it. Right.
Seminole subagent Marcellus Duval continued to scheme for the capture of the black Seminole refugees in Mexico. When his agent Warren Adams proved ineffective, Duval decided to pursue the Maroons himself. In late 1852, he arranged for administrative leave from his post in Indian Territory and headed for the Texas border. The agent had built up considerable enmity with the commanders at Fort Gibson, who were convinced Duval had been engaged in slave raids against the Maroons. In late 1852, the U.S. Secretary of War came to the same conclusion. The Secretary recommended that Duval be relieved of his post. Word reached Duval in April 1853 in Austin, before he could reach the border. After a flurry of protest letters fired off to newspapers and politicians, the former Indian agent dropped from the pages of history and from the lives of the black Seminoles. The Maroons had survived another pro-slavery foe.
Like I said, bad peoples, they got him up out of there. He was doing too much. Everybody that come across us doing too much. And these just the same type of people that groomed the Creeks, that groomed Jim Jumper and them. Cause I ain't even gonna call them niggas Seminoles no more, man. Them niggas is really Creeks. Them niggas need to be kicked out the tribe. That's on the fact. You need to put out a petition to kick out the Jumpers. And anybody else that agree with this narrative, we moving at a whole new pace. We should be moving at a whole new pace for the Seminoles. For real. With all this information, how not? And I'm pretty sure it's much more.
Early in the 1850s, the threat of slavers and filibusters convinced the Mexican government to relocate the Seminole allies further south. On July 26, 1852, the Seminole, Black Seminole, and Kickapoo leaders signed a treaty with the Mexican government granting them 4 sitios de ganado mayor, about 27 square miles of land, at the Hacienda Delaware Nacimiento on the headwaters of the Rio Cebenas, near the town of Musquiz. The Maroons moved 4 miles from their Indian allies near the hill of Buena Vista. The communities settled in, building homes, cultivating crops, and raising livestock. The main body of Kickapoo warriors had defected from the Confederation in July of 1851, but a small Kickapoo community remained at the new location. The settlement offered some of the most fertile land in a forbidding region of deserts and mountains, a fact that would later create problems for the Allies. The site was also strategically located close to the mountain passes that hostile Mescaleros and Comanches followed on their raids deep into Mexico.
And this is where the area where my great grandma is from. I ended up going down there from the Rewoka bunch that we reading about, end up going down there and end up coming back in like the 1780s or 1770s. Yeah, this is our family history right here, man. Gotta give it up. Long live Annie Bowlegs.
While the Seminole Allies helped fend off Texas filibusterers who entertained dreams of empire, their main function for Mexico was to fight Indians. From 1851 to 1855, the Seminole Allies served the Mexican government in multiple engagements against hostile Indians. Comanche and Apache parties had been particularly active when the Seminoles first arrived. During 1851 alone, Comanches and Lipan Apaches launched more than 94 incursions into northern Mexico, killing 63 Mexicans, kidnapping and wounding many more, and stealing much livestock. In response, the Mexican government ordered the Seminole Allies to join Mexican colonists tracking the raiders along the Texas border and west toward Laguna de Jaco and Laguna de Tlahualilo.
Indian killer, huh? Alright. Go both ways, huh? Oh, yeah. Technical problems. Hold on.
The Black Seminoles rode under El Capitan Juan Caballo, Captain John Horse, the Seminole Indians under El Coronel Gato del Monte, Colonel Wildcat. The Maroons dressed like the Seminoles in brightly colored turbans, shirts, and leggings, and wore bracelets and bangles, writes Mulroy. They were armed heavily and rode in their own companies as during the Seminole Wars. As an incentive, the Mexican government instituted a bounty of $200 for the scalps of the hostiles, with higher rewards for live warriors and lesser amounts for women and children. The Seminole Allies quickly proved their worth. Between January and May of 1852, they presented 74 Comanche scalps and prisoners to the Mexican government, receiving $18,000 in payment.
I ain't know they did the Comanches like that. I know they was beefing, but I ain't know they was getting their scalps like that though. 74? 7-4? I can see why it's no love from the Comanches for real though. Up under El Captain and El Colonel Gato Monte. Long live Gato del Monte. Juan Cabala. $200 a head, man. Headhunters for real. Stop playing. It's crazy how they try to say that the Indians was doing all the scalping coming through. Man, and they was doing it down there in Florida too. They did it today.
By the mid-1850s, the Mexican authorities in Santa Rosa were favorably impressed by the Seminoles and Black Seminoles, reporting that they were industrious, warlike, and desirous of education and religious instruction for their families. But the traditional African Seminole alliance was under strain. The blacks had been quicker than their Indian allies to establish themselves as farmers and ranchers. Cocucci and his immediate followers, in contrast, relied more heavily for income on the plunder and government rewards they could earn as border guards. In 1853, the Indians led their second expedition without black support. Maroons remained at home to protect the settlement at Nacimiento.
Hey, do you? We ain't tripping. Ain't never been no player. Hey, let's go get your bread. Go get your bread.
The military alliance between Africans and Seminoles had always been pragmatic. From Florida to the Indian Territory, the threat of enslavement had driven the Maroons to seek protection from individual Indian leaders, who in turn derived prestige and power from the association. In Mexico, the circumstances had changed. Legally free, the Maroons were able to establish their own community for the first time without the overt threat of enslavement. They still had to stave off American filibusterers and Texas Rangers. But with the help of the Mexican government, which also sought to prevent American incursions, this had not proven to be a problem.
Yeah, that's crazy how they try to say that, oh yeah, the Maroons, the Black Seminoles ran to the Indians for protection, but then they end up telling the Indians what to do. Man, like, come on, the snake be talking for real. That forked tongue be talking. Crazy. You don't be thinking I'll be hearing that con. I'll be hearing everything.
As if to underscore the deterioration of African Seminole relations, a long chapter in the alliance came to a close in January 1857 when Cocucci died in a smallpox epidemic that swept the region. Like his ally Osceola before him, Cocucci had been a staunch supporter of traditional African Seminole relations. He inherited leadership of the alliance in Florida and led the partnership through the dark period of the Indian Territory and the quest for land in Mexico. Cocucci was a complicated figure for the Black Seminoles. He was reputed on occasion to sell Maroons into slavery, something he allegedly did for personal gain or, on at least one occasion, as part of an elaborate con game that ended with him stealing back the same people he had sold. As was the case with Osceola, Kokuchi's alliance with the Maroons was clearly tied to his own self-interests. The partnership furnished him with skilled allies and, when necessary, a retinue of vassals for diplomatic and dramatic effect.
Now he been locked in since the village, since kids. Wonder why they didn't put that on there, but it's all good. I done already put it out there.
A successful leader of blacks and Indians in war and peace, in conflict and alliance with the U.S. Army, Kokuchi was undoubtedly one of the most accomplished Native Americans of the 19th century. His electrifying escape from Fort Marion in 1837 re-energized the Allied Seminole resistance. His battlefield skills helped the Seminoles wage the most successful, from the Native American point of view, Indian War in U.S. history. His diplomacy and guile out west kept slave raiders at bay until he and John Horse could lead one of the largest and most successful slave escapes on American soil. Kokuchi lived too long, and led too skillfully, to inherit the mantle of the noble savage as victim, the status that 19th-century historians conferred on Osceola, Geronimo, and other warriors whom the U.S. defeated. The U.S. never defeated Kokuchi. Perhaps above all, this fact secured his place in historical oblivion.
Man, long live Wildcat, man, for real though. He did that. He raised a lot of babies, for real.
In the 2 years after Kokuchi's death, the African Seminole alliance almost completely deteriorated. Seminole Indians under their new chief, Lion, tried to subject the blacks to Indian leadership, but the blacks refused. Seminole Indians began to consider returning to the Indian Territory. In 1856 in the U.S., a new treaty finally authorized a sovereign Seminole nation separate from the Creeks. For Seminole Indians in Mexico, this made prospects of a return especially appealing. In 1859, Lion led 50 destitute Seminole Indians back to the Indian Territory. The Black Seminoles, meanwhile, were facing renewed threats from Texas-based slaving parties. To end the threat of invasion, the Mexican government relocated the Maroons far south of Nacimiento in the region of La Laguna de Paris. Here they received land, provisions, and help establishing their community. The blacks were now 300 miles south of the remaining Seminole Indians.
That was the breakup. That boy Lion.
Ironically, at the same time that the Black Seminoles were resettling in Mexico farther than ever from the reach of American slavery, they won their greatest renown in the United States, with the publication in 1858 of Joshua Reed Giddings' The Exiles of Florida. Giddings had just retired from the U.S. Congress after serving 9 consecutive terms representing Ohio's staunchly anti-slavery Western Reserve. In the 1840s he had brought the Black Seminoles to national attention through floor debates in Congress and a pamphlet exposing the Second Seminole War's connections to slavery. His speeches on the Black Seminoles, whom he called exiles after a phrase coined by Revolutionary War General Charles Lee *, were notable for exhaustive references to government documents. This spirit of research culminated in his 338-page volume tracking the Black Seminoles from their origins before the American Revolution through the latest reports of their status in the 1850s. The book's anti-slavery bias was evident in its subtitle, The Crimes Committed by Our Government Against the Maroons, who fled from South Carolina and other slave states, seeking protection under Spanish laws. Billed by its publisher as the great expose of the crimes of our government against the slaves, the book was a sensation with anti-slavery readers. Glowing reviews appeared in northern newspapers and the abolitionist press. Praise tended to focus on the book's potential in the war of ideas over slavery, as in the testimonial of Ohio Governor Salmon P. Chase. No one, it seems to me, can arise from perusing Giddings' work without deepening convictions of the wrong of slaveholding, and of the necessity of earnest and persistent effort for the deliverance of our national government from the control of the slave power. As a work of scholarship, Exiles suffered from factual errors and its author's overt anti-slavery bias, yet its overall framing of Black Seminole history, particularly in relationship to American history, was accurate and perceptive. For all its errors, Exiles remains a fascinating and visionary work of history. Despite his biases, or perhaps because of them, Giddings the lawyer and politician conscientiously built his case on careful citations of government documents. The effect made his indictment of the crimes committed by our government against the Maroons compelling, factual, and credible to readers who might otherwise not have believed, then or now, that such events took place. The citations pointed the way for all future historians of the Maroons. While Giddings got details wrong, he accurately identified the key turning points in the Black Seminole story through the 1850s, laying out a narrative structure that has influenced all subsequent writing on the community.
Gotta watch the Double Sword, abolitionists. They'll try to tell your story.
Giddings' central weakness as a historian was that he viewed Black Seminole history almost strictly through the lens of anti-slavery. Ultimately, this weakness was also his strength. His constricted focus limited his understanding of the Maroons, but it captured the relationship of their history to broader currents in the American story. Only one other historian since Giddings, Bruce Edward Twyman, has made a similar attempt to place Black Seminole history within the wider context of American history, particularly the political debates over slavery. The lack of contextual history has had the unfortunate effect of relegating the Maroons to the margins of national consciousness, as though their story were obscure and irrelevant, even though it was well known to presidents and leading politicians of the early republic, and the Maroons themselves were the country's most successful black freedom fighters prior to the Civil War. While Exiles influenced the public mood before the Civil War, the Black Seminoles had their most important, albeit indirect, impact on American life through the arguments and events that culminated in President Lincoln issuing the Emancipation Proclamation. The Black Seminole influence on emancipation has remained obscure to history, much like the Maroon community itself, and yet it can be traced in public arguments over the use of the federal war power to grant freedom to rebellious slaves. These arguments first surfaced during the Second Seminole War. They evolved during the 1840s and 1850s through debates on the status of the Black Seminoles and other Black rebels. They concluded in Lincoln's call for emancipation of the Southern slaves on January 1, 1863, an act preceded by vigorous national debate over the right to emancipate slaves under the war power. In 1836, 27 years before Lincoln would be credited with abolishing slavery, U.S. Congressman John Quincy Adams first introduced the explosive question of slave emancipation and the war power. During a debate over reparations for refugees from Creek hostilities in Georgia and Alabama, Adams shocked his fellow congressmen by arguing that, at least hypothetically, Southern slaves had the ability to win freedom through insurrection should the federal government find it expedient to grant them liberty. Suppose the case of a servile war, complicated, as to some extent it is even now, with an Indian war, Adams argued. In such a case, the slave may emancipate himself on the basis of his rebel status, since the federal government retained the right to capture slaves and offer them freedom under the war power, which is limited only by the laws and usages of nations. During Adams' speech, Southern members of the House became enraged, as would happen for years to come when Adams or Giddings took up issues touching on slave rebellion. Since Nat Turner's revolt in 1831, Southern lawmakers had counseled vigorously against any public discussion of slave rebellion. Yet here was Adams, speaking on the congressional record no less, practically making the case for revolt. For those who understood the nature of events in Florida, Adams' case was not even hypothetical, coming at a time when, as William Lloyd Garrison wrote a friend in May of 1836, Seminole Indians were known to have ravaged many plantations, killed many inhabitants, and emancipated a considerable number of slaves.
First slave liberators.
For pro-slavery lawmakers, Adams' argument struck at the heart of the constitutional defense of slavery. Slaveholders and their political allies had long maintained that the federal government had no right to interfere with the institution. This dogma staked out vital common ground for politicians, allowing a critical mass to work together within their parties and across sectional lines. From at least the Compromise of 1820 to the eve of the Civil War, the dogma of constitutional non-interference helped hold sectionalism at bay. But as early as 1836, Adams showed that the idea was based on false premises, since in times of war, the government undoubtedly retained the right to interfere with slavery. The Army could impress slaves, as Andrew Jackson himself had done during the War of 1812, and it could liberate rebellious slaves or slaves of enemy combatants, all under the broad auspices of the war power. Within 2 years of Adams' speech, his arguments found their first practical application when General Jessup offered freedom to rebellious black Seminoles in Florida. Jessup made the offer for military reasons, to separate the blacks from the Indians. This move, he wrote the Secretary of War, would weaken the Indians more than the loss of the same number of their own people. Significantly, Jessup's proclamation, as the Black Seminoles came to call it, was the first emancipation of rebellious blacks in U.S. history, and it was implicitly premised upon federal authority under the war powers. Jessup's emancipation under the war powers created controversy. As black Seminoles started to emigrate west in 1838, slaveholders attempted to advance legal claims on them. Both the Secretary of War and the Commissioner of Indian Affairs supported the claimants, writing to the Army on behalf of agents seeking to recover black Seminoles for slaveholders. In the face of this high-level intervention, Army officers showed firm resolve, steadfastly supporting freedom for the Maroons. When asked to help an agent gain title to a group of black Seminoles who had surrendered, General Zachary Taylor, though himself a slaveholder, refused, writing that he could not for a moment consent to meddle in this transaction, which would tend to reduce the black Seminoles from a comparative state of freedom to that of slavery. When the same claim resulted in a court case in New Orleans, no less than General Edmund Gaines defended the black Seminoles. Gaines offered a spirited justification of their legal status as prisoners under control of the Army according to the laws of war. The judge rejected Gaines' arguments, but the claimants dropped the case on appeal and the Maroons reached the Indian Territory.
Man, black Indian.
Two other legal events involving the rights of black rebels, the Amistad case in 1839 and the mutiny on the slave ship Creole in 1842, garnered far more public attention than Jessup's proclamation. But the emancipated status of the black Seminoles remained a bitter topic of debate in Congress through the 1840s and early 1850s. Minutiae from these debates appeared in the North Star and other important abolitionist publications. Anti-slavery newspapers even went so far as to print detailed transcripts of congressional debates on black Seminole-related topics like the status of Luis Pacheco, an ally of the Maroons accused of betraying the Dade Party in 1835. A common theme to all of these debates was the right to emancipate slaves under the war powers. In 1848, members of the House Committee on Claims took up the war powers argument in discussions over Seminole war claims for lost slaves. The question surfaced again in 1848 when the U.S. Attorney General ruled on the black Seminoles' status out west, the ruling that precipitated John Horse's flight to Mexico.
The black Seminoles under the war powers. Gotta treat them different because they natives.
As a congressman, Abraham Lincoln followed the debates over the Black Seminoles. Lincoln likely heard a great deal more about the Maroons through his relationship to Giddings. The men became lifelong friends when the one-term congressman and his wife boarded with Giddings at Mrs. and Spriggs' house in Washington, 1847–49. They would write frequently over the coming years, and in 1861, when Father Giddings had retired from Congress, Lincoln secured him an ambassadorship to Canada. In 1848, Lincoln voted against reparations for slaves lost during the Second Seminole War, affirming one of Giddings' pet causes.
Because they know that they making a fake bill of sales that's gonna be fraudulent. Them is fraudulent claims. They committing a crime.
Prior to the Civil War, debates over emancipation under the war powers concerned only a limited number of citizens. By 1861, it was a pressing national issue, and its early advocates would soon appear visionary. The Civil War had turned arcane legal questions about rebel slaves into pressing military realities. With the number of dead and wounded mounting at an historic rate on both sides, Northerners could not help but contemplate the strategic advantages of recruiting Southern slaves into the Union Army, or at least supporting slaves' efforts to undermine the Confederacy. On August 31, 1861, General John Fremont pushed the issue to a head when he declared martial law in Missouri, stating that all property of those who took up arms against the Union would be confiscated for the public use, and their slaves, if any they have, are hereby declared free. The justification for Fremont's battlefield law was explicitly traced back to Adams' arguments about the rights of the federal government under the war power. Abolitionists rejoiced, but not for long. Adamant that the North was fighting to preserve the Union, not to abolish slavery, Lincoln quickly revoked Fremont's martial law. After Fremont's martial law was revoked, abolitionists flooded Lincoln with letters and petitions urging him to reconsider the use of enemy slaves as combatants. Suddenly, with war on the line, the idea of emancipating Southern slaves gained new urgency and credibility. Editors and politicians no longer dismissed abolitionists as wild extremists, writes James Brewer Stewart, but instead began to laud them as noble prophets whose warnings had proven true. As a primer on the justifications for emancipation, William Lloyd Garrison edited The Abolition of Slavery, the Right of the Government under the War Power. The influential, 24-page pamphlet began by citing the arguments that Adams had advanced in 1836 and 1842, which were now hailed as the legal foundation for wartime emancipation. An extraordinary letter from Giddings followed, in which he elucidated the precedents for emancipation stemming from the Second Seminole War. Giddings singled out three key precedents from the war: the Army's decision, under Generals Jessup and Taylor, to emancipate belligerent slaves and send them west under a promise of freedom; General Gaines' vigorous court defense of the Black Seminoles' legal status in New Orleans in 1838, and the concurrence of Presidents Van Buren and Tyler in the Army's decisions. Though Lincoln needed legal justifications for emancipation, the real force moving his thoughts was the military potential of the Southern slaves. By 1862, thousands of Southern slaves had escaped to the North. Captured property of the enemy, they became known as contrabands of war. Their presence forced lawmakers to reckon with difficult questions. Were the contrabands legally free? If peace should come, would the contrabands have to return to the South? In the interim, could they fight for the Union? And if so, could war veterans later be re-enslaved? Over 1837 to 1838, General Jessup had confronted some of the same issues with regards to the Black Seminoles. Like the contrabands, the Black Seminoles initially belonged to the side fighting the federal U.S. Army. And like the contrabands, the Black Seminoles ultimately forged a pragmatic alliance with the Federal Army, based on mutual strategic interests. Previous slide spacer. The strategic value of an alliance with the contrabands became more and more apparent to Lincoln throughout 1862. By the close of the year, Lincoln finally bowed to the requests of his generals and allowed the contrabands to fight. Their military prowess quickly sparked an emotional and political revolution. As the black rebels succeeded in war, Northerners found it increasingly hard to deny them their freedom. By January 1, 1863, President Lincoln reversed his earlier position against emancipation and embraced freedom for all slaves within any state. Then, in rebellion against the United States, he had decided that the war for Union would now be a war to end slavery. In the end, it was not free blacks or white abolitionists, but slaves in the South whose actions most hastened emancipation. In 1863, writes James Brewer Stewart in Holy Warriors, the destruction of slavery was thus begun on the battlefield and then ratified in the Emancipation Proclamation. In this quite restricted but important sense, abolition was first achieved neither by Republican politicians nor by white abolitionists, but by those blacks, free and slave, who intruded into a white nation's civil war. Stewart's analysis is equally apt for the smaller, but earlier, emancipation of rebellious American blacks, which took place when the Black Seminoles intruded on a white nation's plans for territorial expansion in Florida. Parallels between the contrabands and the Black Seminoles continue even in the realm of historiography. Just as 19th-century historians overlooked the Black Seminoles' successful fight for freedom in Florida, so too did they ignore the effectiveness of black freedom fighters in the Civil War. In the years after the Civil War, the the emancipation of the Southern slaves was depicted as a supreme act of white benevolence. This version of events robbed African Americans of a rightful perception of agency in their own history. And it resulted in textbooks that to this day do not celebrate those very real African American figures, the Black Seminoles and the Contrabands, who followed in the footsteps of the Founding Fathers by successfully taking up arms against tyranny. While historians marginalized both groups, their actions were in fact solidly within the mainstream of U.S. history, helping realize the full potential of the American Revolution.
Black Seminole Nation.
Somewhat amazingly, even 20th-century historians failed to grasp the significance of the Black Seminoles as Black militants. To this day, most scholars of African American history misunderstand their rebellion, if they are aware of it at all. Throughout the 20th century, historians debunked myths about American slavery as they sought a more accurate vision of the South's peculiar institution. Beginning in the 1920s, scholars analyzed myriad forms of Black resistance to slavery. Sabotage, laziness, escape, even murder and suicide were held up as examples. And yet, curiously, historians have not been able to find any examples of successful armed revolts against American slavery. According to conventional scholarly wisdom, in fact, all of the rebellions involving armed slaves, from the New York City Revolt in 1712 to John Brown's raid in 1859, were military failures. Conventional wisdom further contends that slaves instigated no major insurrections in the U.S. after 1831, when Nat Turner led his rebellion in Virginia. The absence of armed revolts after 1831 has even been a scholarly riddle, along with the general absence of successful armed revolts taking place at any time on U.S. soil, and yet a successful armed slave rebellion took place after 1831, and it happened to have been the largest in U.S. history. This was, of course, the rebellion led by the Black Seminoles in Florida from late 1835 through 1838.
So now it's 1835 through 1838, but it been going on before that. But we just gonna start with these people. The United States is going back to 1812 with Jackson. They're gonna try to say 1835, so you see how they just. The double-head snake keep talking, man. And you can hear the con coming straight out. That's how he talking, this con. They ain't even speaking English, they speaking con.
The impact that both the Contrabands and the Black Seminoles had on emancipation brings to light one of the buried themes of American history, the effectiveness of Black militancy. The Contrabands offer the best demonstration of successful Black militancy against U.S. slavery. After them, there is no finer example than the Black Seminoles, who won the country's first offer of freedom for rebel blacks not through the benevolence and idealism of white rulers, but through the forceful assertion of Black rights and interests. The quasi-legal emancipation of the Black Seminoles and some of their allies in 1838 was only indirectly related to the general Southern emancipation of 1863, and yet the later event vindicated the courage, perseverance, and vision of the Black militants in Florida. and it confirmed the historical and moral vision of those 19th-century Americans, like Joshua Reed Giddings, Frederick Douglass, and an array of top-ranking Federal Army officers, who drew inspiration from the Black Seminoles and their story.
Long live all the Black Seminoles that passed during that time, before that time, and after that time. We're going to stop it tonight and we're going to bring it back tomorrow. Starting with the Liberty Found. We should be able to knock everything out tomorrow. And finish this on up with a part 5. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Milestone Thoughts hit the mall. Everything he bought. What it do? Another classic build, just some more history. Got the Black Seminoles. This one was kind of more based up in kind of New Mexico area. There's still some good information floating. I'm going for 5. Going live. I'm gonna bring this part 5 back tomorrow. We're gonna go on and finish this on up with this John Horse. I'm gonna go on and show the already revealing John Horse already revealing at the end tomorrow. We're going to finish up this nice little build on John Horse, getting some good Black Seminole information for the peoples. Till then, man, stay pulled up and rolled up. I'm so glad that you showed up. To comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.